Great. The cable newspapers are next up this morning. Terrorist attack at Adamawa community killed 29 villagers. No fewer than 29 people have been killed after of Adamawa state. Quoting local officials and community leaders, Reuters reported that the attackers invaded the community late on Sunday and carried out sporadic shootings for several hours, killing residents and destroying property. And the report said Amadu Fintiri, governor of Adamawa State, confirmed the death toll during a visit to the community. He condoled with bereaved families and described the incident as tragic and unacceptable. In a statement posted on X on Monday, the governor said the state government is intensifying security operations to restore peace. So that's our confirmation. This report says no group has claimed responsibility, but this morning on Al Jazeera, responsibility for that attack, they posted on their Telegram channel. Responsibility for that attack, they posted on their Telegram channel. Boko Haram posted on their Telegram channel claiming responsibility for that attack. I think I saw that news on Al Jazeera this morning. Slain NYC member's father says soldiers told him the killing was a mistake. So we listen to his father, Sani Jimo, father of the late Abdul Samad Jamil, a 7 National Youth Service Corps member, killed by soldiers of the Guards Abuja, noting a military told. He said here, I already told you that a delegation from the Nigerian president, the family has already rejected the military's account of the incident, arguing that physical evidence disproves an exchange of gunfire, which I've also told you about. And to hear that they kept telling him, Oga, calm down, Oga, calm down. Like I'm hearing from my father, my son is dead, and you're telling me, Oga, calm down, Oga, calm down. What this guy said. I equally share that account. Let me read the sister's account. Since we've listened to the father, we've listened to the mother. She witnessed the incident. She said she was jolted awake by gunshots and was later dragged by soldiers. Farida said she was persuaded to leave her room by 3 soldiers to confirm that a window had been damaged before the incident. See, they're trying to paint it like they only responded, and it was in responding that what happened. I pleaded with them that if I get down, they should not harm me. Barbed wire. There was more damage than it was before. They also showed me a broken window. They asked me whether this window was like that. I said yes. Farida said she thought the officers would inform her that Samad had escaped in a pool of blood. I thought they wanted to tell me that my brother escaped. I wanted to go into my brother's room, but they dragged me and I struggled with them until I discovered that my brother was dead. And part of his brain was beside him on the floor. The soldiers was threatening me and asked me to shut up. She said some neighbors trooped in at the wee hour after the incident before the police came, and their house was locked. The soldiers called the vigilantes to clean their blood, and they did. The incident tampering evidence. They did. They also packed his brain and buried it in their house close by. Wow. This is the girl's account, eyewitness. They packed his brain and buried it in the house close by. Wow. All right, so let's move on from there. The Sun newspaper, NDC disowns account lobbying Obi and Kwankwanso. The Nigerian Democratic Congress NDC has disowned a viral X account allegedly lobbying former presidential candidates Peter Obi and Rabiu Musa Kwankwanso to contest the 2027 election on its platform, insisting that the party is open to all Nigerians without preference. In a statement issued later on Sunday, April 26, and signed by the party's National Secretary, Barrister Ikenna Morgan, the party described the reports as false, attributing them to a rogue station. The NDC says the account, which mimics its official identity with similar colors and logo, does not represent its views or positions, stressing that it has no arrangement with any individual or group regarding electoral contest. Please ignore any report, either in the traditional media or social media, claiming that the Nigerian Democratic Congress is lobbying any specific individual or group to contest the election on the platform of the NDC. This is contrary to insinuations made by a rogue X account parodying the verified handle of the NDC. The party notes that it has previously alerted Nigerians to the fake account and reiterated that its post should not be taken as official confirmation. So that thing where they said they were waiting for Obi and Kwankwan, so they're telling us it's a fake. Okay. Premium Times, 2027, Akpotu Duaga declares second-term bid for Senate seats to run against ex-governor Bello. On Sunday, I shared that hilarious post that she shared after she got a case ruling against her to the tune of 1 billion naira for defaming Yahaya Bello, right? She said she was consulting with her family, friends, and some leaders. When she makes that decision, she would announce it, and Yahaya Bello will be in for it. She said he's already losing weight. She said she has not even declared he's already losing weight. Why is he losing weight? Calm down. Go and be gymming. Go and be doing your gym. Don't worry. The contest will be hot. This woman. The senator representing Kogi Central, Natasha Akpotu-Uduaghan, has declared her intention to seek re-election in the 2027 senatorial polls. In a post shared on her social media platforms on Monday, the lawmaker says she has accepted calls by her constituents urging her to contest for another term. With deep gratitude, I hear your call and overwhelming endorsement to contest for the 2027 Kogi Central senatorial elections. My response is yes. She added that she would remain committed to serving the district with even greater purpose. So we look forward to a very intense contest. Yeah? Daily Trust, few more stories. Peter Obi, Southeast leaders meet Jonathan in Abuja. So we listen to Peter Obi speak on this story. Some of the leaders that went with him to that meeting from the Southeast, the likes of former Enugu State Governor, Dr. Wodo, former Imo State Governor, Achike Odenwa, former Managing Director of the Niger Delta Development Commission, Chief Onyema Ugochukwu, Senator Victor Ume, among others. Right? So we listened to Peter Obi speak on that visit to Jonathan yesterday. The system now dealing with you. Showore taunts Malami in court. We listen to Showore now. They were both at the Federal High Court for their trial. So we listen to Showore. Let's roll this over. And then court bars journalists from covering trial of alleged coup plotters. I kind of wonder why. A Federal High Court sitting in Abuja on Monday asked journalists covering the trial of 6 alleged coup plotters accused of attempting to overthrow President Bola Tinubu's administration to vacate the courtroom. Although the reasons for barring journalists from covering the proceedings were not disclosed, a court official who did not identify himself told reporters that the directive came from the judge. Court officials, backed by operatives of the State Security Services SSS, directed reporters to vacate the courtroom shortly before Justice Abdul Malik took a seat. An operative of the SSS said he would offer an explanation later, but it was not done. Even at the time, reporters... it was not done. Give me a moment. He would give an explanation later, but had not done so at the time reporters complied with the directive and exited the courtroom shortly after the judge was seated. The Daily Trust reports that journalists covering the case arrived Court 6 as early as 8 a.m. but were asked to leave at 9:10 a.m. following the order of Justice Abdul Malik. So yeah, those are the stories this morning. Those are the stories for us today. We'll go on a very short break. When we come back, so somebody just sent a message. Why sounding like you're jealous of Abia State? As far as I'm concerned, OT has outperformed Fubara and Wike combined. Now you sabi. Oh. Okay, we're going on a short break, but I see some messages drop. Let me see if there are inquiries that can be responded to now. I want to ask, what happened to Yahya Bello's case with EFCC? Has it suddenly died? I know that some of you can be quite funny, but the case is still on. The case is not over. It's still in court. So Yahya is still in court. I'm not aware that EFCC has abandoned that case. No. The case is still in court. All right? So that break, when we come back, we'll get into the issues. Please stay with us.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Voice of the people.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race with deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Education never ends, and we believe it starts even way earlier than most of us think. On Andre Gorgie, every Tuesday, 1 to 2 p.m., we unravel these various building blocks and its challenges that make you and I better versions of ourselves. Andre Gorgie on Today 95.1 FM.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies.
Hello, join us Fridays, 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays, 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back. When you hear people defend Obi, they say, this is the president sent from heaven. Okay, what do I know? Somebody will soon send message. It's like you don't like Obi, it concern you.
It doesn't concern me.
It concern you. Who I like, who I not like, it concern you. Anyway, Dr. Richard Waigwe is here. He's Executive Director, Citizens Leadership and Rural Development Initiative, CLADI. He's the one that said in this studio that Obi is his president in waiting. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Morning, Mr. Kelly.
Is he still in waiting?
Unfortunately, the style of politics in Nigeria. The style of politics in Nigeria. You see the kind of...
So he's done his election already?
No,
unfortunately...
That's why when you say president in waiting, the assumption
was... That's what you said. I'm going to remind you of what you said.
I am not denying that. I'm told you that. And when people were thinking, whether I have committed an offense, I say, so no. In a democracy, particularly the opposition figure, which you know, when the government in position is not performing, the opposition candidate stands to be the elected president in waiting. And that doesn't mean that the people have elected him. That is, wait for the next election, based on his profile, based on the performance of the sitting government, he is likely to be elected.
Oh, that's what you meant?
Yes, that's what it is. That's what it is.
Okay, great. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Let me introduce Mr. Emmanuel Indukwe. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
Did that sound like a revision? Like, when he said it that day, I'm like, now wow, this wasn't what he said. Maybe he has gone back, thought about it, and he has decided to refine it.
No, that's not what I said. He didn't.
I'm not speaking to you,
no,
sir.
Let me
speak to Mr.
I am here.
Can you allow Mr. Indukwe to respond? Is it okay for Mr. Indukwe to respond?
The is very much akin to what is sweet to eat. And Dr. Mwigwe has found out that, you see, Obi being his president in waiting, that people will be indeed suspicious of this statement, and so he refined it.
Oh,
and that's the one he has given us this morning.
Oh wow! Okay, say I thought it was just me, but it's okay. You don't have to respond to everything. Like we Gen Zs will say, you go explain tire.
Mr. Kelly,
you go explain tire.
Can you see if you can recall that day, and even I think you have evidence can be there. I took time when I particularly was it Barrister Chimene, who was saying, in fact, do you know they can arrest you for this thing? I said, I don't know what you are talking about. As a lawyer, maybe you don't know. So I'm telling you that in a democracy, a vibrant opposition candidate, when the government in place is not performing, that's what it is. President in waiting. And I took my time to explain that. I think he calmed down. So for you to say that I'm refining what I said, no, that's exactly what I said that very day.
Very clear. Very, very clear. What do you make of his consultation trips now? This time to Goodluck Jonathan.
I think I was whispering to Mr. Ndukwe that this man is seriously want to lead this country.
He wants to lead this country. Oh.
So, and for me, psychologically, I have taken time. Nobody is perfect. Nobody is 100% perfect, and everybody has their own imperfection. So, but at this point in time, I have taken time to assess him, evaluate him based on his democratic credentials, his integrity.
Even though he didn't conduct local government elections while he was governor
yes,
of Anambra
his integrity
State.
And the rest of them. I said because
why did he leave the election?
Are you interrupting me? Won't you allow me to land before?
We're looking at his. We're looking at his democratic credentials, right? Why didn't he conduct elections for the better? The better part of the 7 years he was.
That's part of what when he now go to campaign for this, people will begin to ask him these questions.
No, I don't think Nigerians care so much about that.
That's that kind of democracy you have. Because if you think that's what you are projecting, I am not the spokesperson. But I'm saying what you see.
You just mentioned that's
yes, it's a valid point. It's a valid point. I have not seen him face to face since here. But I'm saying that if I am to do this, like what you said there, that's because you are informed. You say, why didn't you happen? He can tell you that at that point in time, do you know that it was almost what was in vogue?
So he does what's in vogue.
No, because at that point in time, if he had gone try to to do that contrary, maybe he would have buried his political destiny at that point in time.
Okay,
I am not holding.
So at the end of the day, he still does what is.
What I'm saying at that point
it doesn't
in time,
it doesn't do what is expedient.
That's democratic.
It's really about what saves him.
Mr. Kelly, apart from the last year that
I'm only going by what you said.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying, apart from last year, the Supreme Court had a gut to rule on that. Do you know that almost everybody was prevaricating?
But some states
on whether the local government has autonomy.
Amechi did.
That's based on
Amechi as governor
personal
did.
decisions. That's what I'm saying. You don't know. Amechi, River State politics may be different from Anambra at that point in time.
Oh, really?
So what you said.
So what makes him different then?
No, what I'm saying, what you raise is a very valid point. But maybe when he's finally cleared to contest, you can raise this point.
Oh.
And he is the one to defend
you're the one seemingly referring to him as a champion of democracy.
No,
that's why I'm okay. I have this keen interest.
Let me go back to 2023. You see the kind of campaign he ran, issue-based campaign. Even out of provocation, there are some certain things they were campaigning. They say a lot of things.
Issue-based.
Issue-based.
Things were not exaggerated.
Issue-based. Tell me anything that
figures were not exaggerated.
Which figure? You can make mistake with statistics.
Okay. They're not.
That's not exaggeration.
No. One moment, sir. They're not exaggeration.
You can misquote. That's not. It's not exaggeration.
So it's a mistake, not exaggeration.
Yes, that is what it is.
Oh wow. Which of the candidates did not do that? Okay, maybe Tinubu did not do that. Maybe Tinubu did not do that.
You are not the person I should enlighten on what we call issue-based. You already enlightened on that. So if another person, maybe from the street, he asking me, what do I mean by issue-based politics?
Yes.
I can take time to tell them what it is.
No, but that's what
issue-based
is
that I am going to.
You are an academic. I'm a journalist. So I know I follow that election closely.
Okay.
I can't say I listen to everything, but I try to listen to as much as possible of what was being said then, right? You said it's mistake. Some of us in the media space say it was fake news or exaggeration, but you say it's mistake. Okay, no problem. I said no problem now. We accept it's not an issue. That is one. Which of the candidates then did not campaign on issue base? At least we had Kwankwaso, the front runners.
All of them.
We had 4 of them, right? Atiku, Peter Obi, Kwankwaso, Tinubu. So amongst these 4,
the sitting government now, with due respect to Mr. President, do you know the style of politics in Lagos, particularly? People were threatening that if you vote any other person outside our candidate, we deal with you. There were a lot of things, in terms of campaign. That's what I'm talking about.
What were the
you are saying that any candidate that didn't write.
What were the obedience doing online?
Obedience doing that?
What were the obedience doing online?
What were they doing now?
What were the obedience?
What did they do?
Are you finding it? What were the obedience doing online?
What did they do?
Even in radio conversations, right? If you ran analysis that were not fitting the narrative that they wanted to hear, they came for you.
That's the human nature, because when you are talking.
Okay, so in their case,
no, that one is different from when the person who is managing your campaign team is keeping quiet. Some of those things happen or nothing happens. Do you know that people out of their zeal for supporting you can do anything, but it takes your campaign manager to be able to say no, this is not coming from our party. These are sentiments, emotions from people, and we think that is not our position. That's what it happens when you talk about issue-based campaign.
Well, I do.
You cannot attribute everything that every human being says.
I do know that in fairness to Obi, there were times he came out to caution.
That's the most important thing we're talking about.
I'm the one that raised it. I'm the one that raised it. In fairness to Obi, there were times he came out to caution his fans and his followers, the obedience, that some of the violence and violent rhetoric.
It's not his culture.
That they were pushing on social media were unnecessary and they should stop, but they never did.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Majority of them never did.
Do you know? I don't know whether you have seen a court leader in terms of the followers. There was leaders, people like Buhari, for instance. There are some people that no matter how you want to, they can even kill on your behalf. So it will be unfair for you to blame the person because of what the crowd is doing.
Oh, right.
Because in politics, it's normal.
It's normal.
So, but it's for you to, political communication requires you to 24 hours try to say, I disown this. But you cannot control the sentiment of human beings when it comes to court leaders. You can't.
All right, that's very, very sound and very apt as well. But in the ADC, the talk is pretty much about. We're looking at the Supreme Court. Supreme Court decides. You sure Obi will get the ticket of the ADC? Is it looking like it?
I think for him as a Democrat, he's not even claim that he will get the tickets. It depends on. That's what we are.
But he has said clearly. He has suggested to us that if he doesn't get the ticket, he may find his level. He has suggested.
That time he will tell me, you will see my position change about him.
If he leaves?
Yes. Because as a Democrat, you will see my position change because I'm not those guys who. Once you do that, because before you do, you must have done your calculations before you go, including meeting Atiku and the rest of them, knowing your fate if you get there. So if suddenly you just move there, and suddenly because they allow free, unless because I think he said if there is no level playing field, that's where you can live.
Who defines the level playing field?
It is normal thing. You can see it. Is it that we pretend it doesn't exist?
I can see it.
Yes, in politics, when you see, and when we talk about internal party democracy, once you see that every candidate is given a fair hearing in terms of context, you will know. You say, before we know, we begin to distribute money, and we think it's normal politics.
It's not normal.
It's what kind of money? There are things. Why do you think that INEC has a responsibility to regulate the kind of money that parties spend? If it's normal.
So that one is not normal.
What I'm saying that you may spend money, you can lobby, but there is a way you cannot go to that extent.
Okay, you can lobby.
Yes, in politics, you can't do without money, but there's a way. You can.
So you can lobby.
Yes,
is he willing to lobby?
One day.
Is he willing to lobby?
That is his own now. That's what we are talking. Do you know part of why I was blaming me, why he lost in 2023 is that because you are not a realist. It will be.
Obi is not a realist.
That time, I don't know. That's the strategy. Showed at that particular point in time.
Has it changed?
I don't. Kelly, I don't know whether is Obi your enemy? The way you are probing me, is he your enemy?
I don't know.
I am interrogating as if I am witness boss. Witness boss. I say.
Yeah, but you're the one. First of all, you called him a Democrat. You refer to him as a Democrat. You refer to him as president in waiting.
Tomorrow, yes, he thinks. But if you are saying, I told you that. So okay, let me respond to the point I'm saying. If he decide, I understand because after there is a free level playing field in ADC.
I asked the question. What's the level playing field? If lobbying is part of the game.
What is the play? Do you know that?
What's the level playing field?
Okay, let me ask you a question.
If lobbying is part of the game.
Let me ask you. Do you know that under primaries under PDP, it was obvious that their so-called indirect party that it was obvious that you are sharing dollars.
Let me
people are showing it that you are sharing dollars. And people don't know what
I thought you said lobbying is part of it.
So in that no,
I thought you said lobbying is part of it.
Do you know that people can even when you bring lobby in terms of money, you got the point because part of money people can say
that's bribery.
Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
No, but around there now,
but it doesn't happen.
I hear from someone like you that lobbying around here is not by word of mouth.
Part of it can be money. What I'm saying that once there is evidence that money is given, it turns from lobbying to bribery.
Okay.
And legally now you have indicted yourself.
And Obi will not bribe.
But in this country, do you know that even when you see that as evidence, they will say no, it's lobbying. They will just when they have.
Okay, so Obi cannot bribe now.
Am I his spokesperson? But I'm saying that.
No, but you just said that he refused. He closed his eyes to the reality in 2023. And it affected him.
No, the reality I was talking about.
If that reality meant lobbying in the way you have described
I'm talking about. Do you know what we are talking about? Logistics and the rest of them.
Oh,
if you are campaigning and you think that those who are coming to you, they use their money. Because people will say, I lobbied you. You're wasting your time. No, but because in terms of money.
There were several reports that they released. I think in Rivers State there was a 10 million naira scandal.
I don't know. At that point,
did you hear of a 10 million naira scandal in Rivers State?
Who said they released?
I think
I heard it. I pretended I didn't hear.
Let me have Mr. Ndukwe join the conversation.
Okay.
But are you satisfied?
Fine, should not be left.
Continue. No, the point, I think I was making a point that
you still haven't made the point.
Yes, that Obi has to accept his fate.
His fate
only if there is a free and fair election.
That's what I'm asking. What is the free?
So if they defeat him, because of the influence of Atiku and the rest of them, he has to support Atiku. But when it is obviously you share dollars and you say he should accept, well, now, are you being fair?
Mr. Nico, what do you make of Obi's consultation visits to Jonathan?
Well, political theatrics. That's just what it is. There's no other thing I'll call it because, you see, if Obi understands what is holding him, he won't be making all these efforts.
Oh.
Yes. Anything he likes, let him do. He won't be president for now. I think I should end it there.
You don't also want to look at...
Every other person may not understand except the person that has groomed himself and his mind to understand. But I know, and it's not what I will say on radio, Obi will not be president. He's wasting time.
Huh?
He should know it himself.
Obi will not be president?
Yes.
How is that going to happen? Why should that be?
In 2023, how did it happen he wasn't president?
Well, the circumstances have...
Because even up till now, he is saying he won that election.
No, oh well, he has a right to that opinion.
Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
And in that opinion, he has a right to. I don't know whether it's true or not, but it's his opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Now, so let's forget about whatever. Like I answered you direct, his political theatrics, his visit to Jonathan, his visit to here and there.
No,
I would say here and there.
Even if you don't want to be explicit as to what your reasons for saying that Obi will not win
yes.
the election, give us a hint. The possible reason why you feel like this.
Well, since you want a hint, for me, I'll keep that hint for myself. But since you want a hint, the hint is the ethnic politics in Nigeria will not favor Obi. I think I should not cross that line.
Okay, so let's stay around that line without pushing any further.
Good.
Right? The East is a huge voting bloc, but we know that there's a lot of apathy in the Southeast. You have Igbos not only in the East, but Igbos are everywhere in this country. If there were to be real mobilization, right, that ethnic disadvantage can play in his favor, isn't it?
No, it cannot.
But there are Igbos in the north, there are Igbos in the south, there are Igbos in the west.
The Igbos in wherever in Nigeria, let's say in Nigeria, played that particular role in 2023. And Obi scored what he should. In fact, plus the obedience, whether disobedience or obedience across Nigeria. Those who may not even be Igbos, they also helped. Obi scored whatever he did. You know, I have said it consistently, and I'm repeating it now, that even his effort in 2023 can never be compared with what will happen to him now. He will go down the line compared with what he scored in 2023. Oh. His prominence, his aura, and everything politically has dwindled now more than it was in 2023. When you aggregate all those things, he will just be making effort. After all, he's still young compared with others. If you compare Atiku, compare Tinubu...
is he not 76?
No, he's not up to 70.
60 something. I think
it should be about...
It's not up to 70.
Your enemy.
It should be about 64, 65.
How can you say that?
You hate Obi for you to say this, you hate Obi with passion.
How can you say that? That's a rather strong thing to say.
When somebody is insulting you, I'm making the president to be 70.
Even the ones that are...
I asked the question. It was a harmless question. Maybe he looks younger than his age. It's just a harmless question.
Well, he does not even look 70. It doesn't hide though. It doesn't. Well, Kelly, I think Obi is making effort, at least to be reckoned, that yes, there was sometime somebody like him in political circles of Nigeria. He traversed here and there and all that. In the end, like others who have lost a bid to presidency and all that, he may be one of them.
You're not greatly disappointed by the professional views of Mr. Ndukwu, are you? Dr. Wine.
Okay, you think you call it professional view? It's just being realistic. I am not disappointed by that. I may disagree with one or two things he said, but he has.
Like Obi can never be president.
No, he's there because he has.
He say he can never,
but he will not win.
But
yes.
here, that's basically he was talking about the facts before us, based on the style of politics Nigerians are known with, and that's where he's making his prediction. Otherwise, nobody say is God.
No.
So because at the end of it, even when we talk about analysis and the rest of them facts before us, there are divine aspects of things.
Divine.
So yes, but his analysis is based on the fact that he has looked at the reality,
the physical.
Yes, and I think he's correct.
But there can be spiritual.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Over time, no matter even the academics and the rest of them, no matter how they pretend, there is always a divine intervention.
So the divine intervention will favor Obi and not the
No,
others.
I'm talking about the divine intervention can be God can use anybody. That's the angle. It may not be Obi, but in terms of the situation Nigeria is, and Nigerians are praying. Most Christians have been praying. And
Seriously?
maybe you are happy. Mr. Kelly, let me put it to you. Maybe you are happy in Nigeria's situation. But
why are you putting it to me?
No, because sometimes, I don't know, because you think you are doing a professional job. You are happy in Nigeria's situation. But most Nigerians who are feeling the pain, most Nigerians who are feeling the pain of mismanagement of our resources, of the so-called thwarting of democratic value in Nigeria, have been praying, when will you rescue us, God? So let us not, no matter what, those who don't believe in God, that is them. But for me, I believe in God. There are even great nations. We have seen at the point in time where there is a divine intervention.
Something, there are also Christians that are praying for Tinubu. Are you aware?
Yes, it's normal. But I'm saying that.
No, so those Christians that are praying for Tinubu, are you saying that God will disregard their prayers?
Mr. Kelly, whether you like it, do you know that there are some pastors? There are some pastors. They know that this person. I understand. We know where he's coming from. They pretended. Some people are called. People decide to do what they do in the name of God. But I will not tell you that Mr. President is not trying his best. I have taken time over time to tell you in fact, somebody who was intentional about Nigerian politics, your best so far has shown that.
My question is this, yeah? I said that the Christians that may be praying for Tinubu are not genuine Christians.
Why will you see? Okay, for instance,
I said they're not genuine Christians.
Can I go back to, because I'm talking to the public. I'm on air. So let it not be about who is this person. Everybody has their own view entitled to. But all I'm saying that if you know the sentiment in power, do you know that it's possible that if I am being appointed by Tinubu or his government is favoring me, if I have the conscience allowed, do you know that as long as it's favoring me, whether I'm Christian or not, I will not allow anything to happen in his tenure. I will support him. Does it mean I am standing the reality?
Okay, so you're saying that God will disregard their prayers.
I've made the point to you now.
You're saying that God will disregard their prayer.
Christians, that's what I'm saying. To them, I am talking about, because if you are talking about majority, we say in democracy.
In prayer, it's not majority.
Mr. Kelly, I think you are smart. You are smart. You are smart.
It's not about being smart.
Hey, you are smart.
I'm asking a question.
No, I just answered the question.
Is answer to prayer based on majority as well? Is that democracy?
If it is God's intervention we are talking about,
yes,
and it's rescuing based on the reality of Nigerian situation,
yes,
everybody, all the parties, all the candidates may have Christians, genuine ones praying for them.
Okay.
But God will decide to answer based on what? Fairness.
Okay, so he's going to disregard the prayers of those that support Atiku, for instance, and consider and answer expressly the prayers of those that support Obi.
I didn't say it must be Obi. I didn't say it must be. It can be Atiku. It can be anybody. But I told you, divine intervention is a reality. We may not believe it.
Divine intervention is a reality. Okay, so suddenly God is not interested in our election. We're glad we're done with this conversation. Let's move on to the next one. Thank you. So yesterday we had we're done with this conversation and we're moving on to the next one. What is the problem? You just came now. Your microphone is off. Must you speak? You just came now.
I will introduce myself.
must you speak on it?
I will introduce myself.
Oh, we have finished this conversation.
I will introduce myself.
Okay, introduce yourself.
He came late.
Your mic is not even alive.
It's on.
I'm using his own.
His mic is on. Okay, oh yeah. Introduce yourself. What do you want to say?
I will introduce myself. My name is Emi Fieraga.
Okay. Okay.
I have an opinion here too.
Please do.
As a Nigerian, I have freedom of speech and right to freedom of press, right? And that freedom, I would like to express it as well because we are discussing our nation.
Okay.
And that thing that will concern how I spend my money, how much I earn, how much people around me will earn, and how much I will be able to give to people as well. Because even Christ says, as long as the earth remaineth, the poor will always remain.
Okay, that's your own imputation.
That is what the Bible says.
Please go on.
The poor will always be there. So we need to share with them. You see, Kelly, I think if we look at the problem of the Nigerian state and how we got here, if we continue to play politics with everything, I think that based on political affiliation or maybe tribal alignment or whatever reason, and we fail to look at the issues and how we got here, I think we'll never, get away from this situation.
Okay.
I heard the way you talk about the consultation. It's very necessary. You consult people because you want to be president. But the question is, have you been trusted with power before?
With Peter Obi?
Yes.
Yes, we're governor now.
And the other people?
The other people who?
Other persons in the ADC.
Amechi too was governor.
That's good. If everybody had been trusted with power before, how did they lead? What was their impute? He that is faithful in little will be rest assured that he might be faithful when the bigger opportunity is given.
Who wasn't faithful?
But the faithfulness I'm talking about here is the managerial ability.
Who wasn't?
And how able you.
Mr. Kelly,
We've had ample time.
A long time.
Going back and forth on this matter with you. Allow Mr. Amy to speak. Since we allowed him to contribute, let him speak, please.
You see, Peter Obi, to be frank, is a Nigerian, right? And qualified to be president. But the quality of a leadership is lacking in that man.
What do you mean?
By his precedents.
His precedents?
Yes.
But as governor of Anambra State, it's recorded that he did fairly well in Anambra State.
Like what?
It's recorded.
Let's look at the sector.
From some of the things that he has mentioned.
Let's look at the sector.
The health sector.
The health sector.
The health sector.
Health sector. What were the policies of Peter Obi in health sector?
He did a lot of work. No, I'm telling you from some of the things I've read. The things that he has said.
What was the policy that drive the health sector in Anambra State?
He did a lot of work. In the education sector, he also did a lot of work.
Kelly is foul.
It's
in 2000, in education, you just mentioned in education in 2011. Go and check. We Peter Obi decided to parley with the missionaries who took over their schools. Peter Obi only released 6 billion naira to these missionaries and the churches who actually run the schools in Anambra State.
6 billion in 2011 was a lot of money.
6 billion naira.
That was a lot of money.
As part of what he gave.
But that was a lot of money.
I agree. But go and check. Over 77 communities had no access to education during Obi era.
By your assessment?
Kelly,
is it by your assessment or whose assessment?
Go and check. Now you can fact check me. You fact check.
But the question is simple.
By whose assessment?
By assessment of Nigerians.
Which Nigerians?
Reputable. Go and
the same Nigerians that have told us over and over again that Obi performed credibly while he was governor.
Credibly for propaganda. Sectorially, let's look at it.
But this is also propaganda you're doing because
not propaganda now. Can you calm down, Kelly? No, you are too up. Calm down.
Okay, now you're telling me to calm down. This one said I don't like Obi. This one said I don't like Obi. I'm enemy of Nigeria. Now you say I should calm down. I don't understand.
Kelly, the fact remains that sectorially, if you look at the performance of that man, what exactly are you going to look at? Agricultural sector, it was zero. If you talk about production, it was also almost zero in Anambra State. Anyway, I'm not here to actually x-ray. I'm not here to actually x-ray his performance because I know
he brought about the expansion of the breweries brand in Anambra State.
People can drink alcohol,
but
no
that's
problem.
A fact now.
People can drink alcohol, no problem.
But
I'm not here to actually x-ray because I know in terms of performance, sectorial, if you look at it, Peter Obi scored almost zero. he scored almost zero. If you look at the sector, if we are to
by your assessment, sir, I've not introduced you. Please allow me to speak.
If we are to look at today, what actually can you point that Mr. Peter Obi, with all due respect, left for Willie Obiano that drives sustainable development in Anambra State?
He left a huge fund for the state government to come.
Which is another lie.
What do you mean by another? The state government did not come out. No, but it's on record.
It's on record that even Peter Obi contradicted himself several times. In 2018, what he said they left, I think, was 75 billion. India Anambra conducted an investigation. They found out what they found in Naira was about 9 billion. Then in 2019, when Peter Obi was flagging on the PDP governorship campaign, whatever, because he was sponsoring somebody, right? Peter Obi also contradicted himself when he said about 48 billion. Then when I think on that interview with Rufai, you saw what he said again. Then his own aide and came with account number, among they left another, contradicted the whole thing. And if you check, you will just discover that what they were doing, outright lies and trying to say what is not. That is that.
I'd like to ask one question.
Yes.
You know, we can campaign for candidates that we feel is stronger without necessarily pulling down the other.
That is why I say I'm not here to explain Peter Obi, but you are pushing me. You are just pushing and pushing. Allow me to go to where I want to go.
You're making statements that I can't regard to as fact. You
can't regard to as what?
What's the word that Mr. Ndiko will always use? Prevaricating. You're moving from left to right.
Because you are asking, you are interjecting.
Mentioning this, mentioning
you
that.
You are interjecting. I say let us look at it sectorially. And I say let's start agriculture. What did they leave? Nothing. Then we talked about education, right? And I make mention amount he left. He gave to the missionary schools and the rest.
And you mentioned 6 billion.
Yes,
6 billion then was a lot of money.
Yes, well, a lot of money.
Yes,
I agree. I'm not saying it wasn't money now.
So you made it seem like he didn't do anything.
I'm not saying that he didn't do anything.
No, just wait and let him pass and you continue now. Just slow down. We're not hurry.
Hey, he's paid to do propaganda.
Nobody paid me shishi. And I'm always saying this anytime I'm on air. If you know anybody in Rivers, any politician that has given me 1 naira, make sure the person I say Emmys or so day, so person paid you.
That's what I'm saying.
I am so nobody paid me.
Okay, so for you, you don't share the optimism that
there is no optimism in him.
No, for you. He's optimistic. He believes he can deliver a Nigeria that works.
And I am saying that based on precedents and past performance, he has not what he takes that we need to develop Nigeria. How much did he add in the Anambra economy? As at the time he left, I think when they made the measurement of economy per state, Anambra came at I think a position of 16.
So for you,
he took 16. Anambra State took 16. 10 in terms of economic ranking in Nigeria there.
So you're not satisfied with his performance as governor?
As performance in terms of government or whatever that he did, it was just propaganda. And for me, the real issue where my focus is that is why I'm just trying to move to that direction. My interest is the issue of leadership that people think that based on current economic reality, there are people who can galvanize us through the economic difficulties to the position of Eldorado. I am saying here is that in terms of leadership, the man is actually lacking behind. You were in Abga. When you were in Abga, just because Abga had little disagreement and all that, you ran away. You couldn't manage Abga. And Ojukwu left that party in your hand to manage and make it stronger and expand Abga. You ran away. You went to PDP. Then PDP, where the issue of primaries and the rest interest will always prevail in party politics. What did you do? You ran away. The Labour Party freely handed over the party to you. In 2015,
he went to them.
Yes, when he went there, in 2015 general elections, when Goodluck Ebele Jonathan was to run for his re-election, do you know Peter Obi was one of the DG campaign South?
Okay.
Peter Obi was. And Labour Party during that era won senatorial elections, Ovioma Gege, they won House of Rep elections, they won several positions. The only position Labour Party has not won is the presidency.
All right.
But they have won every other position. But they hand over the party to you. What did you do? How did you manage a party? If you cannot manage a small population of the Niger population. What do you think that, and how do we even have that confidence in you that you will manage Nigeria when crisis arise?
We have a commercial break.
You don't have the ability. We're going
for Is President Tinubu managing Nigeria?
We will come to that. It has a listing.
You're right. We'll have a commercial break.
Yes,
we'll come to that.
Somebody has to return to that question. I will remind you
we'll take the break, and we're back shortly. Stay with us.
Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. We have Ngowari from Non's Luxury Homes joining us at this time. Good morning, madam. Welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Kindly tell us what you do at Non's Luxury Homes.
My country people, na good morning for inside Pitakwao. My name na Ngowari Allen Jack. I want someone na better story this morning. Non's Luxury Homes Limited don't carry ogbonge promo price when go sweet una for belle. And this promo price go last for just 1 week. We dey introduce Non's Flourish Estate, where they for Imogu near K2's filling station, Omagwa, na just 5 minutes drive from airport roundabout with fantastic promo price of 1.8 million naira. Our installment payment now 2 million naira. This land na correct investment for you and your family. People they rush, they come buy, and if you come the land, you go see quality they show himself. This land na better dry land. Even as the rain they fall, if you come, you go see na table land, nothing like flood, and nothing like say you go buy today, tomorrow problem go come shele. We they give una better assurance say nothing like that go dey for future. Now land where you go buy immediately, you will start to the build, and we they give una instant allocation with free deed of conveyance. Our office address now number 120 Airport Road, Igritali. Our office number now 0913 238 2724. I go call them again 0913 238 2724. Our second number now 0808 414-6285. I go call them again 0808 414-6285. Non's Flourish Estate for Imogu, Omagwa, they available, and the outright payment now 1.8 million naira. If you know fit pay everything at once, you fit start with low as 1 million naira. Then you spread the balance for 3 to 6 months. The best thing be say we go summer you with immediate allocation and 50 blocks where you go take start your building or your fencing. This instant allocation, it not be only for outright payment customers. So you when they won't pay installment, we go summer you with immediate allocation. We get another ogbonge estate when they for Agwawura, and we they call them Non's Garden Estate. Omagwa, it near AP Junction, Agwawura. Now just 5 minutes drive from airport roundabout and 3 minutes drive from Alu. Now buy and build. Our price now 1.8 million naira. Installment payment now 2 million naira. You fit they pay small payments of 1 million naira. Then you stretch the balance for 3 months. You no need to fear anything at all. We sure for now. And our watchword be, as you come, we will summary you with instant allocation. If you come, you go see say the place now dry land. We are family real estate. We go take you like ourselves. Insurance cover you. And our office number again now 0913 238 2724. I will call them again 0913 238 2724. Our second number now 0808 414 6285. I will call them again 0808 414-6285. Our office address now, number 120 Airport Road, Igritali, Port Harcourt. No make landlord for this town take you do cash out to. It is time for you to come invest for you and your family. No use your life to do kalokola. At the end of the day, you can't rush go back to the village at old age. As I tell now, land na asset to, while rent na money taker. Our inspection days now, Mondays to Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Remember, say the land when you buy today, they increase for value within just 1 month. We no get any hidden charges, no community wahala. Just come, see, and you buy, and you start building immediately. Our office number again now 0913 238 2724. I go call them again 0913 238 2724. Our second number now 0808 414 6285. I'll call them again 0808 414 6285. The longer way they wait, time they go. Remember, say our land now just 5 access. No allow soap to enter your eye where they look for cheap land to buy. Follow who no road do.
All right. Those are paying installment. What's the period? How long before they complete their payment?
3 to 6 months.
Okay. When they complete their payment, what documents are provided?
We give free deed of conveyance and instant allocation with 50 blocks to start building.
All right, so those that pay outright to get the same thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your inspection days?
Our inspection days now from Monday to Saturday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Again, please.
10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Our inspection are from Mondays to Saturday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
And it is free for everyone?
Yes, it is free.
All right, so tell us where the landed properties are located.
Nons Flourish Estate, there for Imogu, near Ketu's filling station, Omagwa. Now 5 minutes drive from Airport Roundabout. The second one now, Nons Garden Estate. Now 5 minutes drive from Airport Roundabout. Now Omagwa Ede, near AP Junction, Aguawura. Our price now 1.8 million naira. The installment payment now 2 million naira.
Okay. Why should people trust nuns?
Why people go trust nuns be say we be family real estate. We dey give free deed of conveyance with instant allocation within 3 days with 50 blocks to start your building.
All right, phone numbers again and physical address.
Our phone number now 0913 238 2724. I go call them again 0913 238 2724. Our second number now 0808 414 6285. I go call them again 0808 414 6285. Our office address now number 120 Airport Road, Igritali, Port Harcourt.
Okay, why should people buy again from nuns and not the others?
Because our price they very affordable and it dey for a very good location. Like from that Non's Garden Estate, it dey close to Alu. Now just 3 minutes drive from Alu and 5 minutes drive from Airport Roundabout. Like I say, 1.8 million and I would they give for now from our promo price for just this 1 week. So make you rush come our office.
All right, phone numbers before we go.
Our phone numbers now 0913 238 2724. I go call them again 0913 238 2724. Our second number now 0808 414 6285. I go call them again 0808 414 6285.
All right. Thank you so much, Ngowari from Non's Luxury Homes, for making the time to be here this morning.
Thank you, sir.
News update next. Please stay with us.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate has announced the full settlement of outstanding 1 month arrears from the 32,000 naira pension increment owed to retirees under the Defined Benefit Scheme DBS. In a statement on its official X handle, the agency said a total of 1.73 billion naira was disbursed to 54,206 eligible pensioners. According to PTAT, the payments followed the pension increment approved by the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission, which took effect on July 29, 2024. The arrears covered a 13-month period from August 2024 to August 2025, with 12 months already paid in phases before the final settlement. Beneficiaries under the Parastatal's Pension Department received over 825 million naira, while those under the Tertiary Education and Health Pension Department received about 909 million naira. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) has renewed its call for enhanced collaboration among Nigeria's security and law enforcement agencies, stressing that coordinated efforts are essential to effectively combat corruption and financial crimes. The appeal was made by EFCC Chairman Ola Olukoede during a working visit by senior officers of the Commission's Kaduna Zonal Directorate to multiple security agencies in Niger State. Olukoede, represented by the Acting Director, Kaduna Zonal Command, Ace I. Ahmed Gali, said no single agency can succeed in isolation, emphasizing the need for joint action and intelligence sharing. He noted that stronger interagency synergy would improve operational efficiency, enhance intelligence gathering, and strengthen enforcement against economic and financial crimes. According to him, sustained cooperation among security agencies remains vital to national stability and economic development. Meanwhile, the Nigerian military has unveiled plans to formally engage retired personnel in tackling rising violent conflicts through mediation, negotiation, and community-based peace-building initiatives. The Chief of Defense Staff, Olufemi Oloide, disclosed this during the flag-off of a mediation and conflict resolution training for veterans in Abuja, organized by the retired members of the Nigerian Armed Forces in collaboration with the Mediation Training Institute and Defense Headquarters. Oloide said the initiative reflects a strategic shift towards strengthening non-kinetic approaches to Nigeria's evolving security challenges, noting that many conflicts are increasingly driven by local disputes and community tensions. He stressed that military operations alone cannot ensure lasting peace, highlighting the importance of early intervention, dialogue, and structured mediation. According to him, retired personnel possess the discipline, experience, and credibility to intervene at the grassroots level and help prevent escalation of violence. The initiative is expected to strengthen early warning systems, improve information flow to security agencies, and enhance nationwide efforts to reduce violence through preventive non-kinetic strategies. On the foreign scene, a passenger aircraft has crashed on the outskirts of Juba, killing all 13 passengers and the pilot. The South Sudan Civil Aviation Authority said preliminary findings suggest poor weather conditions and low visibility may have caused the crash. The aircraft, a Cessna 208 Caravan operated by CityLink Aviation, lost communication while en route from Yei to Juba International Airport. Among those on board were 2 Kenyan nationals, with the remaining passengers identified as South Sudanese. Report says emergency respondents have been deployed to the crash sites to gather information and assist in recovery efforts. That is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Stay informed, stay ahead.
Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Waiting they create, party for mouth. Waiting they cause, they let you rejoice. Terra Cubes.
Terra Seasoning Cube turns your meals into a masterpiece.
Unwrap joy, unleash taste. Hey, come cook with Terra Cubes. Come cook with Terra.
Mom's love is pure. It flows from she does. Mom's special jollof puts a smile on your face. Mom's yummy fries cheers you up. Mom's tasty stew nourishes the family. Golden Terra oil, tasty. Golden Terra oil, nourishing. Golden Terra oil, Golden Terra soya oil.
Golden Terra Oil helps mom pour her love in the tasty, nourishing meals she cooks for her family. Golden Terra Oil, pour pure love.
Good tasty food is worth living for. Worried about your oil every time you enjoy your favorite meal? Introducing Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil. Smart Balance Rice Bran Oil is rich in gamma oryzanol. Several studies suggest that gamma oryzanol may contribute to the reduction of bad cholesterol. Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
All right, thank you all for staying with us. Amy returns in just a bit, so he would answer the question Mr. Ndukwe asked him. But let me introduce Living Gifton Jamala Esquire, private legal practitioner. Good morning, sir.
Ellie, good morning, and good morning to Nigerians.
Well, ordinarily, I would have moved on from this conversation, but since you met it, like I did with Amy Faiga, let me also allow you to contribute.
Amy Faiga took over the mic from you.
Well, sometimes you...
aggressively.
Sometimes you allow things to happen. But I'd like to ask you, Obi taking consultation to Jonathan, he's confident that he'll be on the ballot 2027. Should anything at this point begin to cast a doubt to that confidence?
I don't think so, Kelly. One of the things that a good politician will have is that faith of whatever ambition he or she is carried is achievable, is doable, is realizable. Now, if you look at the life and times of Mr. Peter Obi, I will not join issue with the one who has been painting the man as if he cannot even take care of the smallest unit in the community is called what? I don't want to talk about his direct family. Any smaller congregation of like 10 persons. Now, let's not paint them.
Isn't that the family?
No. I don't want to call the nuclear family the first family where Obi is a responsible father. So
maybe the extended family.
It's even, to me, it's even big. The way Emmy painted the situation.
No, I mentioned political party, please.
Calm down now. Calm down. You know, when people introduce quarrel into a family and sit back to watch at the man in that family, they say you're not man enough to take care of your home. That's exactly what the other political parties do to. That's what they do to.
Sir, what is your position?
On what?
What is your position on the performance, the Obi statement, and the hope of him being on the ballot?
I'm coming. I know where I'm going.
I didn't ask you to respond to Amy Faiga.
I'm not
when Amy responded, Amy spoke on the subject of the matter. He didn't take shade. He did not aim shade at Dr. Waigwe. No, he did not. So I would plead with you to kindly stay on the subject of the matter. Thank you for your cooperation.
Sometimes when we stay on the subject, you may need to correct some.
It's not in your place to correct anything now.
But
no, it's not.
But okay, I'm not correcting. I want to disagree
then it's a debate. We're
No,
not.
no. It's a personal opinion. He stated his opinion. Let's not go to that, right? Allow. Allow. So, yes, the political aspirations of Mr. Opitobi are from 2023 till date. You've not seen him rested for a day. It's difficult to see a day that passes by. I think he works more than even our president. It's his own right. It's within his own right to have that belief that yes, he's going to be on the ballot, whether in Labour, in PDP, or in APC. But I think that confidence that he have, I share it with him. He should go ahead. That's the work he has given out himself to do politicking.
Okay.
For the good of our nation.
Now you have answered the question. It wasn't so difficult after all.
For the good of our nation.
He's looking for him.
So now let me move on from this conversation. Did you there's a report from Daily Trust that journalists were barred from reporting the trial for the alleged coupists in Nigeria. I'm wondering why. You know, like this one, there's also the case of in El-Rufai's case, journalists are barred from the court sittings. They have to rely on information that is given them by counsel to either El-Rufai or the ICPC. I think in the case of the SSS, because the SSS were not able to arraign him on Friday, I think in that case, journalists were allowed access into the courtroom. Why do we do this? Why do we think we do this? If we want to be open and transparent, accredited journalists should be able to have access into the courtroom so they can report factually what played out in court. Jamala,
yes.
Do you sense something sinister here?
I do not think the procedure adopted is strange to law.
Okay.
It's a well-known established principle of law.
Okay.
The court, at the discretion of the court, with respect to, even in matrimonial causes, you see, sometimes you go to the open court, they said, what matter is this? Okay, are they giving evidence? Okay, wait, I'll take few people the last. The essence is to allow other people live. Now, if you look at what these persons are being tried with, there may, in course of giving evidence, there may be some classified information that ordinarily you think the journalist would think he's informing the people. But sometimes in trying to inform the people, we expose others to the activities of how to achieve a particular crime. There are certain things ordinarily we don't know from birth, but by virtue of what we see online, we watch, we learn the negative ones. So if the judge in his own wisdom finds out that, yes, these informations that will come by way of examination and cross-examination, some information will not be that good enough, and the journalist will not be that sensible enough to remove what will classify as national classified information for security reasons. They will just play out everything and maybe add, modify to make the story sell. So yes, it is not strange. Don't look at me that way. Yes, you people magnify some informations and stories to look more real. So if the judge has seen that, yes, from the file, he has seen the information before, the available evidence, what they call where the prosecution intends to rely in prosecuting the matter. He has seen those things, proof of evidence. So if I say they are not, part of them are not information that should go out just like that, then the court can make that particular order. It has not stopped anybody. It has not infringed on anybody's fundamental human rights.
But you don't think that's not even my question. In the spirit of transparency,
the transparency we are talking about is transparency to who? Justice is a three-way thing. First, the society.
Yes.
Two, the accused. And three, the victim. So the transparency, is it the journalist that will bring, is it the public that will bring transparency to the mind of the court?
Who is the person that relays what happens in court to the society? It's a journalist.
The journalist derives that enjoyment by virtue of that freedom of expression, right, and dissemination. That is where you derive. Yes, now that's where you derive
No.
that source. That is
No,
where
we-
the right to freely.
The right to
To
source
what?
information and disseminate that information comes from the Constitution itself.
That is the point
that
I'm-
empowers us.
That is the point.
No, not even the freedom of information. No, it is the Constitution itself that empowers us to do the job that we're doing. That's the first place. That's where it starts from. So if a journalist
The
is
right,
in court,
the right I'm talking about
if
is
a
under
journalist
what-
is in court,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
we have judicial correspondents.
Yes.
That over the years in covering
Have been
court
trained.
cases have been trained. They now know that certain things are sensitive, so you leave it out of your report because they are sensitive. That's why people have experience, and not more so in the case of what's his name, Nnamdi Kanu. You know that they screened journalists.
Yes,
they
they
screened the
journalists.
correspondents.
Yes.
And allowed only a few to cover the trial.
And with that, the informations, the witnesses were also hued.
They were covered. They were covered. So, if you're providing, in this case, we heard that they're also going to do that.
Yes.
They are going to screen the witnesses, right? They will do that. So why are you taking that first step? And the journalists that will sit in the room to cover a report as sensitive as this number of persons have been accused of attempts to overthrow the Nigerian government head by Tinubu. Journalists should be in the room to report what actually played out in court for Nigerians to know, not necessarily relying on the account of this council or that council.
So see, as a good journalist, especially the judicial correspondent, you may not necessarily need to be in the courtroom if you want to get that information directly. You apply to the court for the certified true copies of that proceedings. And so if you want to make it that the non-appearance or non-attendance of journalists will make bringing some speculations about some misgivings from an upper hand coming to influence the system, I don't think so.
Okay.
I said the process adopted is not strange, is known to law, and a court has that discretionary powers to make that order. And I do not see in any way if it will affect the right of the accused. But once there is the likelihood of bias or distrust or mistrust on the part of the accused, then they can raise it at any point. That is why they have their counsels.
Amy.
I want to touch the part of Jamal. You see, we are not the first to practice democracy. In every democratic state, I think there are what they consider as the vital interests. Interests that boil down to things that is around our national security. We can't, for the sake of transparency, then divulge certain information to citizens to do what? Take for an instance, if we're talking about something that affects the military formation, they will now, for the sake of reportage, you go there and say, yes, in the military, this is what we do for you. If you are planning a coup, this is, we give money to this, we're able to approach this, and you're giving this sensitive information to certain persons in a country that is already struggling with issues of insecurity. What do you think these people will use it for? You are equipping them. You see, if there are issues that will appear to be oppressive, maybe that is against the rights of the accused, they have option to raise those matters before the court. We no longer have confidence in this judge. We don't want the trial to continue here, and all that. You raise these issues and they looked at it. But when you say journalists should just go there, see what we are seeing on social media, to the extent that some people, in the name of journalism and reportage, they copy things from Facebook and they read the post, later they will apologize. Our country, the way we are today, we need to protect this country. It's the only one we have. Imagine South Africans are asking people to leave their country today, go back to your home. If we destroy this our own, where are we going to go to? Where are we running to? Let us protect. We are not the first to practice democracy, for crying out loud. That in everything that happens within the court, everything that happens in the government cycle, even confidential information, we want to know how the military are planning their next move. We want to know where they are attacking next. We want to know. You want to know to do what? What you should be interested in is your security of your life, security of your property, and an environment that will enable you to go out there, do your legitimate business on hot. These are the things you should be concerned, not trying to know whatever happened within the security. No, now.
Okay. Dr. Waigwe.
Mr. Kelly, I think it's almost difficult in a democracy because there are democratic ethics and values. As Jamala had just said, when you talk about justice, you mentioned 3 persons that justice are expected from. I think that of the society is important. The issue of Q and the rest of them and trials is a delicate one. Most times, the risk of national intelligence and the rest of them there. But we have journalists. Remember Section 22. The mandate of the media is sacrosanct. In war and the rest of them, we have we have people who cover some of those things. They are trained to observe some certain things. So there are people, particularly, you are accusing them of trying to overthrow a government. It's a serious matter. If they are convicted, they are gone. So you need to make sure that you balance I don't know what the law says about this. You need to balance what the law says and the issue of transparency. So that once they are convicted, it was done openly. Remember the Opota panel and the rest of them, a lot of things will be reviewed. Yes, we know that's the hazard. That's the danger. Most of those intelligent information may not be disclassified, but then how do you ensure transparency so that the people perception matters too? The section will say, okay, imagine if it is one part we accuse, and you convene them and say, no, people didn't cover that. They will think, this government is for us, it's against us. So how do you balance what the law says and the issue of transparency? The media, people are trained professionally. If there is those information they need to cover to protect our national intelligence, they must do that. In war, they are trained to do that. You cover your sentiment and the rest of them. And if you violate it, the law will deal with you. But if you say what stops? Do you know ordinarily, the military can try these things without following the normal thing, coming to court.
No, this one is even different. This one is
not
ex-military.
That's what I'm saying. Do you know that they can decide to say this one, court martial? We cannot be. But in a democracy, they have to be tried openly in court.
No, but the military officers involved in this, they are being court-martialed. Yes. Those ones are being court-martialed. The ones in courts now, I think 6 of them or so, are civilians.
No, that's exactly. Do you know
former military officers and the rest of them?
Was talking in the first place that ordinarily in a democracy, all of them need to be tried in court.
That's Falana's position.
No, that's part of the. That's what we are talking about. What we are talking about in court. If you commercial them, people will feel like, because this is not military regime. So what I'm saying, I am pointing at, yes, you may try to cover up to protect our national intelligence, but how do you prove to other people that the right to let the society inform so that they can feel that these people we are trying to duty? How do you balance that? Becomes a problem.
Mr. Ndukwe.
Kelly, you see, certain things baffle me as a person. Maybe because I'm not a lawyer. I know very well with practical wisdom that, you see, law is law. There's no doubt about it. And in the end, it must be followed. But there are certain things, certain tenets of the law that are abhorred by natural conscience of humanity. But they are law. They must be obeyed. But people will say, no, what kind of law is this? Not to talk of when, for instance, you had been doing it that sometimes, where I'm citing these instances, Jamala said is not new, it's part of law. Good. Let's even agree that it's part of law. And now, are we now using law to bolster suspicion? You have said in some other cases, you see why I always talk about equity. when Nnamdi Kanu's case, which was, I think, treason case, good. Journalists were there and all that. Is school new in Nigeria? What is Abaku that we've not heard? Even we that are laymen in the military.
In fact, journalists being in that court even gave us more information from that case than what even the lawyers were telling us.
You see,
Kelly, sorry.
No, let him finish. I insist, let him finish.
See, what I'm saying, the question I'm asking is, even if we are talking about, yes, national security or whatever they are saying, and let us not reveal them. What is in coup that has not been known by, except children that had not been in Nigeria when coup was everyday meeting. Coup was, if this administration will sack this one, this regime will sack the other one. That's what they were doing in Nigeria. And that's why sometimes when I hear whether Burkina Faso or any other Benin Republic and Nigeria is rousing up to go, I say, what is this? This is like somebody that was suffering from leprosy yesterday now got over it. Now if you see anybody with leprosy, say, no, stone him to death, stone him to death. What about when you were a leprous person? Who killed you? For me, the law may exist, and with greatest respect to the law, I have. But I'm saying, once you bar journalists, it means there are things you don't want the society to hear completely. But you know that thing alone. And whether it's right or wrong, based on the law, we'll say, well, it's part of the law. But you don't stop the speculation brewing in the hearts of people. And every time, and I ask a simple question, what is in coup that people don't know, those who are civilians?
All right, Jamal, I wanted to ask something.
Yes, I wanted to say, the informations that during the trial of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the information that we are being released to the society, if not that for me, that the government even try to manage some of those information, the ordinarily that can tear up a society. When you see some persons giving accounts of what they even know nothing about, procedurally, they have no information, they spread it as wildfire. See, Kelly, the importance of what we are doing, no right is absolute. I've said this several times. No singular right is absolute. And so where there is a reason to curtail or limit that right, it is the responsibility of the judiciary to do so. We shouldn't wait when something happens negatively. They will not say, but they should have done that, they would have done that. We are talking about thinking ahead of time. No one's right has been curtailed. No one, in fact, if you bring the whole entire judgment, the society to witness the proceedings, at the end of the day, they are either released or convicted. What is the sole importance of that public hearing, that public section or show? We don't need to dance to the gallery to prove some certain things that we can do within.
So you don't think that in certain cases, or you think that in certain cases transparency is not important?
I'm not saying. Who told you that the barring the journalists from reporting has made the process not to be transparent? Who said so? They have not even started. This is the first. This is just plea.
Okay.
And we are beginning to question that, because we are not there. The ones that you have been there, how have you influenced the process, the judgment?
You see, Kelly, what I want to find out is, for me, the military has done what it ought to do, separating its own and said they will go through court-martial. And it is the military tenets that should not be made public, according to my layman understanding. But these are brought to the public court, and you slam that, hey, we are everybody, we are not going to, in fact, stray everything through the media. I don't understand what it means. And like I said, I'm a layman. And if it's how they have chosen to do it, I know that you can beat a child. But stopping that child to explode with cry is what is always abhorred. And if that is abhorrence, Now, tell me why you have brought them to public court as civilians.
Okay.
And you also closing up the circuit and saying media should not cover. What is that?
Kelly.
Okay. Yes, let me fire again before I move on.
The issue of transparency here, I want to be clear. Does it mean that when the trial begins, the counsel to the accused will not be in court? Definitely they will be in court. There will other persons around will also be in court. But they are saying, don't report this thing directly as the matter.
No, that's not what they're saying.
So what are they saying?
They're saying don't even enter. You can't even hear or witness what plays out in court.
So that means the transparency has been curtailed.
But obviously no.
How?
If I should have access to something,
yes,
and you're telling me to depend on a third party, even though it's a principal party,
as a party to the matter.
Yes, now even it's a critical party,
yes,
a vital party, either lawyer to the counsel to the accused, or counsel to the prosecutors, right? And then the judge. If you tell me to rely on them for information, it's whatever they tell me I have to take.
Simple.
No, it is whatever they tell me I have to take.
Yes.
So sometimes there may be certain parts of that trial that may be good for the society in terms of exposure. It could also expose certain things, right? This person could speak of the reasons why they did what they did.
The reasons. Every human being has reasons.
No. They could speak of the reasons why they did what they did. And if we're a nation that learns from history, we could say, there was a time in our history when certain persons, though they were found guilty or not found guilty, but remember from the witness box, he said, this was why I did what I did.
Kelly.
It may not be justifiable, but it will be recorded in history.
Kelly.
But when you say that for national security or for whatever reason,
yes,
journalists that are the bridge between whoever is speaking and the larger society should not gain access into the trial room, so I ask myself about, don't you
it
think
has
about
the rights
transparency?
Of the accused and the other person.
It's not about the rights of the accused. It is about the
having access
the
to
need for
need
citizens to have
to know
information.
what transpired in the court.
It is about the citizens having the right information, not filtered information.
Kelly, we need filtered information in some cases.
Sorry, Amy, no vex. You see, Jamala mentioned that 3 persons involved in, is it in a case or whatever?
Justice.
Yes. Now he mentioned the society. And you have cut off the society from here.
Nobody is cutting
has
off
not been
society
cut
now.
The point we are saying,
Let me understand.
the justice we are talking about here, is it the information you receive or the way the court handles the matter? Is it the information you receive? What is playing out in the courtroom or the court, how the court adjudicated through the facts
it is
and
both.
arrive at the judgment?
It is both.
It's both.
And I go back again to Nnamdi Kanu's case.
Okay.
Today, when people come out and they want to make certain statements about Nnamdi Kanu's case and James Omotosho, it was the exposure, the level of coverage that the media had and that thing that even makes me today say Omotosho tried everything possible to get Mazi to open his defense, but he threw it away.
Okay.
Because every time you would have, when you have this counsel speak, those that were in court will give several reports. I read from Premium Times. Those I read from Premium Times. I read from the cable. When you read their reports, they take their time to detail what happened in court. This was what happened. This was what happened. At this point, Nnamdi Kanu got angry. The judge kept pleading with him. All of those things are said. When the lawyer comes out to speak, the lawyer will not tell you those things.
Okay. And the society, in fact, let me not generalize this issue. As some people in the society are pleased with it that the Omotosho didn't collaborate, Omotosho isn't against Nnamdi Kanu.
People would hold their opinion.
It's the same thing.
Thank you. The fact of the matter remains.
Thank you very much. No, you don't even know. That's what happened.
People would hold their opinion.
The native ones will believe that's what happened.
If 2 or 3 sound the way they sound, there are many more that would have followed how that trial started and how judgment was delivered that know that, on this matter, the judge tried. The accused refused to do what could have got him out of this situation.
Kelly.
And it even helps the government.
You see, Emmy, if a secretary is writing something in a meeting, and every other person is barred from that particular meeting, maybe the chairman and that secretary, whatever is read out, the secretary jot them down. When people now generally convene, and then the secretary reads out all those things, do you have any question to ask?
Why not?
You have to believe what you are given.
You said
because you've been barred from the origin.
You said a meeting. We usually see some of these things where they even have caucus meeting first. People meet at Jordan, agenda, and conclude, and before bringing it to the public. Or to other members of the meeting, and people deliberate on the matter. We look at it. What is it that you wrote down? And we look at the issues and the rest of it. It's allowed. It's done.
For me, they are restricting information.
All right, we'll follow this story and see how it continues to unfold. But let's go to Abia State for a moment. Is this a good confusion in Abia State? Oju Sokalu says, I'm the one who has been anointed by Tinubu to go and conduct the primaries of the APC in Abia State. Benjamin Kalu says, no, I too met with the president expressly. I am the highest elected official in Abia State at the moment on the APC platform, and I'll be the one to conduct the primaries for the APC. When I say Abia, some of you, I don't have to be literal sometimes. When I say good confusion for Abia, I'm talking about the current governor. The current governor. If you follow the political development, you know very well that Oju Sokalu is hitting out at Oti. You also know that Benjamin Kalu is throwing shades at Oti as well. These are members of the opposition. So if majority of Abians, or at least some Abians, are saying, oh, Oti is working, nobody can stop it from second term, would this development make it easier for Oti to emerge or not? That's my question. Do I have to spell it out black and white? Dr. Waigwe.
Your question is, you see, that's in politics. The most important thing you need to do, first of all, is to manage their desires and ego. Because when it comes to power, everybody wants to be on top, except the few who are refined. And parties and any other thing, when you are strategically planning to win elections, if you don't plan how to manage these human elements, it becomes a problem to you. Two figures, important figures in Abia State. Imagine they have intention to go and do everything possible to win Abia for Mr. President and for APC. Do you know this alone can be their confusion? And that makes it easier for Oti. So for now, Oti, his work will speak for him. But what I'm saying, at this point in time, if they do not manage their ego very well, if they do not manage that, let it be me. If they don't do that, maybe order from the presidency, it becomes a problem to them. And it becomes a free ride for Oti.
So you think this confusion may be good for Labour Party and Governor Oti?
Whether the confusion or not, the majority of Abians, who by their own assessment is saying that Oti, if it's possible for him to continue more than 8 years. So these ones are talking, Carlo and
Carlo.
Two Carlos. Free and fair election. Let them not rely on incumbent power of people. So they are just making noise.
Mr. Nduko, who do you think ordinarily by position should be senior?
Benjamin Carlo.
As Deputy Speaker, House of Reps?
Yes. As Deputy Speaker, House of Reps.
He's number 6 man, Chair.
What's his name? Ojuzo is a member of the Senate. Simple. I think you should understand that. No, it's not the issue. We're not talking about salary gate or whatever.
But Benjamin has also been in the House for a while.
Benjamin, the issue is that he's a principal official.
He's the number 6 man.
Yes.
In the country.
So does Oji not know that? I don't know what. You see, politicians, I don't know. This is their problem of interest. Oji should know that there's no way in ranking that Benjamin will not be on top. It doesn't mean that his own chamber, which is the lower, is higher than Senate because it's Abia.
Even by ranking, it's number 6 now. President, Vice President, Senate President, Deputy Senate President, Speaker. No.
Deputy Speaker.
Senate President, Speaker of the House of Reps, Deputy Senate President,
Deputy
Speaker House of Reps.
Simple. So for me, if they are looking for by seniority who will eventually should be who, you remember in Rivers State, President Tinubu said FCT minister should be in charge of almost everything, even though he has also, the same President Tinubu said that the governor is there, is overall, but everything must come from the hands of the FCT minister. Then you begin to ask, what is the explanation to make this thing very easy for us to have a takeaway? No, it's difficult. Now, if Ojuzo is saying that he has commissioned him to do that, and Carlo Benjamin is coming out to say, no, I am the higher, ordinarily, naturally belongs to Benjamin Carlo. But if President Tinubu comes out and says, Benjamin Carlo, sit down, you have your elder brother by way of the chamber, because I don't know who is older between Benjamin and Ozo. The issue is that what the president, I always say, needs or desires works out. Now, if you are talking about whatever they are going to do in Abia State, as far as OT is performing the little here, so that's why sometimes I will ask whether even eating or soup we cook at home will become, what do they call this thing? I can't remember exactly. When I remember, I mention it. All these people will talk about now whatever activism. You see, when I hear Shore, he's talking about what's his name? Ochi. That LT has not done enough. I said, what is this? Why can't a man stay in his home and then look after your own things? How can you be talking about let Shore come wherever he is and meet a man when to come and debate to me whether Oti has done enough or not? Kelly, you remember oftentimes I've been saying that the best governor, and I stand unchallenged, anybody who says it from Abia to tell me another way, should come and tell me whether it is I will be irresponsible or idiotic not to have used my sanity to follow Abia politics and know who had performed better than the other. With their achievements, Ojuzo Carlos stands on top of all of them except Oti. And Ojuzo knows it. And that's why they are performing all this, their political jealousy around Oti. All of them. All of them. If you count, what's his name, Oti, the next side you open, one side of your eyes is Ojuzo. Other ones, I don't know what they did. I'm saying it on public radio. Other ones, and if they say they've done this, let them say it. Now, you are coming out, like Oji, a respectable governor when he was there, is coming out to challenge Oti. On what grounds now? You are seeing a lot of things. Was it for how many years? Is it not over 40 years? Port Harcourt Road in Aba, if you know it, if you've been going to Aba, stayed. Okay. Nobody rehabilitated it. Nobody. Then Oti has done. Kelly, if you go there, you'll be thinking, this Abia that doesn't have much money, their location is not all that big. How did they get money to do this? You also follow they want to go to Akwa Ibom. The same thing you
is the reason behind.
So I don't understand whatever. So what I'm saying is that whether the Carlo handles, is it primaries they are talking about?
There's a primary.
Good. Or Benjamin Carlo handles it, or Ojuzo handles it. When the handle finish, everybody goes back to his house. Oti continue coasting. If it were 16 years, Oti would take that 15 years. So long as it continues with the trajectory he's performing.
Okay, so you're saying by seniority, ordinary should be Benjamin Carlo.
Of course, yes. By their ranking.
By ranking.
Yes.
By ranking. Do you think that if they went in with this confusion, it could benefit
Oti? It makes it better for Oti, yeah. It adds to him. Because without this confusion, You know, humans, no matter what. You know, the other day you and I were discussing, I told you that even Jesus Christ, you can take my toenail is not up to his own. But people talked this and talked about all against him. So who is the man when I pass and somebody are talking this ill or that ill about me? I will say, look at Jesus, they talk about him like that. Let them go on. See, Kelly, whether they like, let them do primaries. Handled by both of them joining hand together. Or bring other people and add them together. Oti may continue if he continues handling issues the way he's doing.
Jamala.
Yes. Kelly, the confusion in the APC in Abia for now is the fact that they are yet to recognize what their own party constitution says. Yes, the both of them, Uzo Kalu, a former governor of the state, now a senator. Is it the highest ranking political holder in that state?
That's what he is claiming.
By virtue of being a senator.
By virtue of being a former governor and a senator.
Okay. Now, when we come to ranking, where we have the number 6th man in that state, when it comes to ranking nationally, not locally, I don't think Uzo Kalu has he can stand with Ben Kalu. Ben Kalu for now, by whatever privilege or maybe through the influence of the Uzo Kalu or whatever, stands the highest ranking office holder, political office holder, whether by election or he stands the highest. And so if that is a provision in their own political party, Emmy will confirm. Why they laugh now? That is political party. That is political party.
Kelly says we are.
So once Emmy confirms that, then I do not think that Uzo Kalu will stand in the better position of conducting that primary. Is it conducting or to supervise or superintend?
Like the
because
I
know
governors are in charge.
I know that the national will send a committee to come. Yeah, so they are now looking at the owner of the party in the state. So, but all will still boil down to who Tinubu will pick.
No, but if even though I read a report this morning that talked about certain aspirants or persons that are on a Tinubu continuity list.
Yes, I think I heard that when you were.
Which I don't think is really absurd. Tinubu would have some of his men that he believes they should return. I don't think it's really absurd. But if what we hear is anything to take serious, which we're also not getting confirmations that Tinubu has passed the baton on to the governors to decide the fates of lawmakers who want to return. If that being the case, in a state like Abia, where there's no governor, somebody has to
step into that. Yes, that is the confusion they have.
Exactly.
Now, but if you follow the constitution of their party, it means that confusion ordinarily shouldn't be there. There is a highest ranking officer in the state. When it was in Rivers State, time of Rivers State, the argument between Magnus Abe and Rotimi Amechi came up. One was saying former governor, please, that's the highest. The other one saying, senator, national.
No, but even Magnus Abe referred to Amechi as his leader.
Not when the other influence came in. Not when. Remember the war in Rivers State was started with Magnus Abe.
Yes,
Ibrahim Umanko.
No, Magnus Abe, even in those last moments before the election in 2023, kept referring to Amechi as his leader. That was
when they were still.
I recall because
when they were still fighting in house. It has not gotten to the public line as that it was still doing so. Same in Rivers State now. Don't we have leader? We have a national leader in another political party who decides the fate of what will happen in the APC. Kelly, until that is done, the persons Tinubu picks today, say, what is the name of that? Their national chairman. The forms for River State, go and hand it over to Emmy.
Okay, that's what you mean, pick.
Yes.
You did tell me.
Okay.
Like this.
That is what will happen. So for Ozzy Okalo and Ben Carlo, for me, their constitution favors Ben Carlo.
Yes.
But what is the relationship between Tinubu and Ben? Can you compare to that of the former governor? I doubt.
But Ojikale has a better relationship.
That is the point I'm making now.
So that could be the basis why Kalu is insisting that he's the one.
He has a personal relationship with the president.
Yes.
You're using your national ranking. So let the confusion continue. But is it going to affect positively? Will OT benefit from it positively on that? Kelly, these are primaries. It's not the main election.
Yes, but if they start having issues,
they
can break in ranks now.
They will not. If they were the person the president will anoint as becoming who, all the rest will koto. So to me, what will bring victory is not, or what should bring excitement to the camp of OT is not now. It's towards the main election.
Okay. Amy.
I will follow a different route so that Jamala will not say I'm confirming something. You see, Kelly, I think the fight there is very unnecessary. Very unnecessary. Yes, if the APC says the highest elected official in the state should preside over the leadership of the state, I think it's just for a rally point where, if, for instance, a meeting is called, people sat down to make certain decisions, somebody should chair that meeting. But the way some politicians are not taking this whole thing, sometimes it baffles me. Adults are not acting like children. You can easily harmonize this interest and still get what you want without even fighting or making unnecessary agitations.
But you know that in politics, who is the leader is important.
You see,
who calls the meeting is important.
Kelly, in Edo State currently,
yes,
who is the leader of APC?
It should be the governor now.
Modekbogu, right? Mm-hmm. If decisions are taken, it's Modekbogu that takes decisions with regard to the
perhaps
APC.
Taken collectively.
You see, this is the area I'm going to.
With the Shomole in the room.
That is the whole thing. In Abia State, for
that's
an
because
instance,
there's harmony.
In Abia State, for an instance, Uzokan, you are very close to the president. Then Kalu, the deputy speaker, by ranking, you are number 6. Uzo is your senior in the APC. Oga, do you want to return or you don't want to return? You see that the whole fight is all about who emerged from primaries within the state, not presidential election. You can sit down, you share positions, or in the name of consensus. That is what they do now. In data state, that is what they did. Positions are shared to reach certain agreement. Obioma Gege is no longer contesting for governor. It's now going to the Senate with a dead Afenone. Go and slug it out. But the governor or everybody has said that make certain decisions. In Lagos State, should we say Sowolu is the leader of APC and take decisions.
Leave Lagos State.
So you see, this is all about understanding. What they are doing there in Abia State, for me, is childish political. I don't know what to use the word. That child that came from, I don't want to use that. I'm trying to look for another word now. It's just political disturbance. They are just disturbing themselves unnecessarily. In Abia North, that is where Uzo came from, right? You can easily handle and determine who emerged from that area. Kalu, in your area, you can easily determine who emerged from that area. Well, every other area, you sit there, you share the positions as you have been doing. But everybody wants to be leader. At the same time, confusion will continue.
So if the confusion continues now, OT benefits?
OT, not really necessarily, because this is just in-house something. At the end, they will harmonize on this interest. Now, this one have a mess, this one have a mess. But the general elections, we will see how the game will play out, because all of them, it seems they are supporting the center. So back the local.
But that's the thing now. If all of them are supporting the center, even OT seem to be I'm not against Tinubu's re-election, right?
Yes.
If Tinubu wins his election and the other groups begin to fight among themselves. That's where OT benefits now. See, this confusion.
I know what I said.
This confusion will not affect Tinubu.
No, you know what? It will not affect.
It will affect Tinubu's.
It will not.
The outcome in the state, right?
Yes, it will not.
But it will come down to maybe there's somebody from OT's side, from Carlos' side, who wants to go for House of Assembly or wants to go for reps, right? And the other group that is controlling say, no,
we don't want this one.
It's not you. This is the person we want. That's where it begins now. It is the person that calls that meeting. Benjamin Kalu said, no, I will not agree. This is my man. You must put him on the ticket. He is the person that's supposed to go. It's consensus. They're not voting anymore now.
Yes.
Abi?
Yes.
This one said, no, it will not happen. The president stands on the side. Like at the moment, he's standing on the side watching Takwa Abiodun and Benga Daniels. Right? He stands on the side. When the matter settles, the president wins, Abi. You see, in this state here, because of these positions, we will fight. When they fight, the votes will dissipate.
Because I want my man to be there. Kelly.
The votes will be shared.
I think Uzo.
I said, get this convention. I don't think an answer. I just close my mouth. Just look the team, make the team reach that time. Say, when do I fight it? They didn't know that this will be the outcome.
Uzo should reach out to his friend and colleague, Senator Godswill Akpabio, and learn one or two things from him. What they did in Akwa Ibom State. Even when the current governor was in PDP, before the defection, Akpabio said something that in Akwa Ibom State they have agreed, everything has been resolved. Positions have been shared. Whether in APC or PDP, if you still remain in your PDP, this is what you will get. Those of us in APC, this is what you are coming back as a governor. While those of us as senator will also come back. They reached this agreement even before defection. It was later the governor defected and the rest. They can do it in Abia State. You want continuity, right? You want to inherit that seat as senator representative Abia North. Continue. If you don't have anybody to challenge you within your senatorial district, you can easily continue where you iron the hotel with Benjamin Kalu.
Isn't it something that they should have done before now?
Even now, they can still do it. They can do it. Now so fighting themselves are trying to say, I call the shots.
Now that the interests have become naked.
Yes.
Now that the interests have become naked,
that's what they should do. Just to call themselves a harmonized position. It's finished. Nothing there.
Dr. Weigand, I took your position on this, right? Yes, I did. You're the first person that spoke. Let me introduce Dr. Innocent Teku, legal practitioner. Doctor, good morning. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
We'll go on a short break and go for the news. When we return, I'll take your views on the drama in Abia State. I also like to get your input on a report coming from Daily Trust that journalists were barred from covering the coup trial. My issue is not whether justice will be denied. My issue is about transparency. That's what my issue is around. We're back in a moment. Please stay with us.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The presidency has dismissed claims that President Bola Tinubu has neglected the Northwest, insisting the administration has made substantial investments in infrastructure, healthcare, and transportation across the region. Speaking at a media briefing in Abuja organized by the Renewed Hope Ambassadors, presidential aide Tunde Rehman said the planned nationwide project tour starting in Kaduna aims to counter what he described as misinformation about the government's performance. He pointed to ongoing projects such as the $2 billion Kano Maradi standard gauge railway linking Nigeria to Niger Republic, which officials say is about 60% complete. He also addressing the briefing, presidential advisor Bayo Nanuga said the initiative was designed to bridge an information gap which has fueled public skepticism, stressing that many completed and ongoing projects remain underreported. The federal government has urged fuel marketers to grant airline operators a 30-day credit window and adopt direct sales of aviation fuel as part of urgent measures to address Nigeria's worsening Jet A1 shortage and price volatility. The directive followed high-level meetings coordinated by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority and the Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Management, with participation from key agencies including the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria (FAN), Nigerian Airspace Management Agency, and Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority (NCAA). Stakeholders also recommended regulatory intervention to stabilize prices, including a review of pricing components tied to global benchmarks. Authorities were tasked with reducing the number of airside fuel distributors to only those with proven capacity, while the Ministry of Aviation is expected to mediate between marketers and airlines over mounting debts. Meanwhile, the federal government has partnered with international organizations to curb violent extremism within Nigeria's correctional facilities as part of broader efforts to strengthen internal security and expand de-radicalization programs. The initiative, led by the National Counterterrorism Office (NCTC), in collaboration with the Global Center on Cooperative Security and the Canadian government, aims to prevent prisons from becoming recruitment or coordination hubs for extremist groups. Speaking at a workshop on countering violent extremism in custodial centers, NCTC coordinator Adamu Laka stressed that while prisons are critical to national security, poor management could turn them into breeding grounds for radicalization. Laka said the program focuses on capacity building, intelligence sharing, and community engagement to transform correctional facilities into centers for rehabilitation and reintegration. The Nigerian Correctional Service also reaffirmed its commitment to reform, with Comptroller General Sylvester Ndidi highlighting ongoing adjustments to evolving security threats. On the foreign scene, the White House says it's reviewing a new Iranian proposal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, nearly 2 months after a U.S.-Israeli offensive triggered global economic shockwaves. The offer conveyed through Pakistan outlines Tehran's red lines on nuclear issues and maritime security. Officials described the proposal as better than expected, but cautions that any agreement must firmly prevent Iran from advancing toward a nuclear weapon. Despite a standing ceasefire, negotiations remain inconclusive, with planned U.S. envoy talks recently cancelled, though Washington insists diplomacy is still on the table. Iran, meanwhile, blames U.S. demands for derailing earlier progress and is seeking guarantees against further attacks before offering security assurances in the Gulf. That's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe? Your voice, your opinion. Today 95.1 FM. Today 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
All right, let's get the show going. Let me introduce again. I introduced him. Let me just take his reaction straight. First things, Dr. Eko.
Yes.
Question around transparency. The decision, what we're hearing now, a reason has not been given. But journalists were asked to leave the courtroom before the judge emerged from her chambers. No reason was given. So it's reported that journalists were barred.
Which of the courtroom? There are two courts.
Court 6, Federal High Court, in Abuja. Does that affect transparency in a case as sensitive as this one?
The law is very clear on how judicial proceedings should be conducted. The Constitution of the Federal Republic is very specific. A court sitting must be done in the open, no matter, except it's a juvenile case, where at the discretion of the court it chooses to sit in chambers. But all normal hearing of charges, from felonies to capital offenses, must be done in the open. There must be access to relevant members of the public and institutions that are interested to follow up the matter. There must be no barring of journalists, because trial cannot be secretive. Public must have access and know, because it is the laws of Nigeria that are being applied. So, strictly speaking, it is wrong to bar journalists from the trial.
Okay.
Because it is treason that is being tried, and treason goes with death or life sentence. And such a magnitude must be open for the public to be able to see the transparency of it. And it is abnormal for a federal high court to be trying such magnitude of offenses and bar journalists. They should accredit journalists representing credible institutions and then give them a seat to observe proceeding. That is a safeguard against preempting, or the public preempting the court, because proceeding will be seen. And then the court will also be sensitive that the public is watching and there is a need for fairness and fair trial.
The drama unfolding in Abia State between the two Carlos, former governor, current senator, deputy speaker, House of Representatives.
Well, the drama was not necessary, because if you go by the directive of the president, who is the leader of their party, the president had said that the most senior political office holder.
He said that expressly.
No, he said he spoke to governors.
Yes.
Now, in their case, they don't have a governor.
Yes.
And that means that the most senior political office holder.
Naturally.
Yeah, because we have a protocol in Nigerian government, and that protocol slits political office holder in a ranking, in a scale of rank. Yeah, following that scale, the deputy speaker of the House of Representatives is the most senior. In spite of the fact that Ojus Okalo was a governor and had finished his tenure, and is now a senator, which is a higher chamber.
And he's very close to the president.
Yes, but by the executive position of the deputy speaker, he takes precedence before Ojus Okalo will come in. And therefore, he is the political leader in terms of that ranking. And he's the one to conduct the primary. But Ojus Okalo, whom I know very well, very, very well, and have interacted with him many years back, is a dynamic person. He's a person that would like to prove his points. And because he's also very close to Mr. President, ahead of all the others from his state, he would want to fight for that relevance. He would want to agitate. And that's exactly what you are seeing. And don't be surprised if there are two lists emerging from Abia State. And all will now go to Tinubu for harmonization. Minus this, add this, minus this, add this. That is exactly what will happen if they are not able to resolve before the first week of May.
So what does that do for the APC in, at least not the presidential, but the other positions?
Well, if there is rancor, it gives advantage to the opposition, like the governor Oji, who benefit from it. Because any rancor, any rancor in the rank and file can lead to protest votes. It can lead to say, oh, you insist on your candidate, then your candidate will not go. They will vote the opposition. These things happen. They are normal fallout in politics. And that is why the wise ones always settle their differences on time before it spirals to something disadvantage to them.
So right now, if those in notice camp should be praying that this matter is not resolved, let them fight.
They do not need
let
to pray.
let their ego become larger so that they will fight.
They do not need to pray because there is going to be an implosion.
In the APC?
Yes, very soon.
Across the country?
Yes, across the country.
Why?
The reason is that most of the legislators will not return.
Because they're not,
not
favored by the government.
APC plotted the legislative amendment that brought in consensus as a means of selecting candidates. That scheme is a very untidy scheme. It's a very strange and omnibus scheme. What is this consensus? The Constitution did not define the parameter of the consensus. Therefore, the consensus has become the wish of the overlord. Okay. That is the consensus. Because the senators and the House of Rep would have defined parameter, whether it is the NWC, whether it is the NEC that has to reach the consensus. But they just said consensus in bracket, naked, undefined, unlimited, unshaped,
the stakeholders will decide.
Unstructured. And who are the stakeholders? They are supposed to define the element of the stakeholder. So that is the fraud in it. You will find that majority of people will come out dissatisfied. And that is where the cross-carpeting will do. But something was done to block cross-carpeting.
Digital register?
Yes, the digital register and INEC tailoring the timeline.
So submission of the register before the primaries.
And that was why the presidential of APC was put at the last week. So if you are offended, you don't have room to go elsewhere and scheme something else. You see, they are gagging Nigerians. They are gagging the party.
Explain that again.
Yeah, what I mean is that the tailoring of INEC
I got that
timetable.
The APC timetable, how is it?
Yes, the APC timetable, it was reordered recently.
Yes.
And that reordering...
They brought presidential last, took presidential last.
Yes.
Brought House of Reps first.
Yes. All that reordering is to manage fallout. And in such a manner that once you have failed in APC, you can't get ticket any other place.
Mm-hmm.
But
but even by then, we heard that they've already submitted their register.
But can I tell you that?
They told us they submitted their register.
Can I tell you that some people's names are already in 2 or 3 registers looking for candidacy?
At the moment?
Yes, right now. We have already found that as a scheme. Have you forgotten the Senate president? That he bought 2 forms.
No, there's a consequence.
There's also a Lawan.
No, that was then.
A Lawan.
That was then. There's a consequence now.
No, that consequence was already there.
No, I'm talking of a consequence now.
Even then.
The consequence now is, if it is found that you have double registration, you lose your eligibility.
Party membership.
You lose your eligibility to contest for that election.
Disqualification.
Yes, I think you face disqualification.
No, that
yes.
was also there in the previous law.
It was in the previous law.
Yes, now. And that was why Lawan, Lawan and the Senate president, this Akpabio, they were victims. We expected the court to disqualify them. In Ebonyi State, the court disqualified.
Calm down, allow him.
In Ebonyi State, the court disqualified somebody in Ebonyi State. But the same Federal High Court failed to disqualify Akpabio in Abuja. So Akpabio, who bought presidential...
Akpabio had a court ruling against him. It's not the Court of Appeal. One of those courts.
It is the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court.
Yes.
It's the Supreme Court
they
that
spared him.
That saved him now.
Yes, they spared him. So what I'm saying is that particular sanction was there. It's been there. But it is the selectiveness of the court to apply the sanction.
So the selectiveness of the court. So
yes.
You're saying it may still not change anything.
That's what I'm saying.
The submission of the register to INEC,
yes, will not
as it is now, may not change anything.
And let me also surprise you that over 50% of the parties have not been able to submit digital register.
And they still have window. They
yes, like the small parties.
They still have 2 weeks.
They were laboring to set up their digital system, and now people are sluggishly registering with all the crayfish.
No, but
that is at the doorpost of APC.
If they send 10 people as names, they would have complied with the INEC.
Yes, with all the crayfish at the doorpost of APC. So people are sluggishly going to the small party.
They are waiting to see who will come our way.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Yes, and there are no candidates in the small party. Have you heard all those parties in River State saying they are preparing for primary?
The chairman of the party, they are somewhere in Europe jogging.
They have to be fit for the exercise.
It's jogging that is ready now.
Kelly, the issue on the former Electoral Act.
It's 10 minutes possible. If it's possible.
That Electoral Act 2022, when it talks about issue of double nomination, it doesn't affect the person who is nominated, but rather the nominees or the nominators. Let me use the word nominators. Now, the people who are not the cities who are nominated person, because the Constitution says you are not supposed to nominate 2 persons for same position.
So the violation will be for the APC.
The violation now is for
the APC. It's the APC that nominates now.
Yeah, it's members for the citizens.
The APC.
Members of the APC who are nominated.
That's what I'm saying now. APC without its members is nothing.
So yes.
Right?
You said citizens.
No, I said APC.
No, generally.
I said members of the APC. So the violators.
It can be any party now. That's why I said the citizens. It can be any party. It can be APC, PDP, SDP, whatever
but
party.
You know the citizens
I am the one now.
The citizens in the party. The citizens in the party are members of that party.
Yes.
Party members.
They are members of that party.
Yes.
So the violators now will be the APC.
Yes. Who nominated Akpabio for presidential election and senatorial elections.
By virtue of the fact that they received money for...
And the Constitution then, the Electoral Act, didn't say Akpabio should be disqualified. Okay. But currently, if you are found to be member of 2 political parties, you'll be disqualified.
That's what
this is the difference.
That's what law says.
At least that's the law.
Yes.
We see it in practice.
But if that's the case, this explains why the Supreme Court would have taken a position that they took. If what Amy is saying is what in the 2022 Act, right?
No, in the 2022 Act, Apart that there is a caution that party members should not nominate multiple candidates for a particular office, there is a sanction that no candidate can contest for 2 offices in primary, that the later one will be disqualified.
Okay.
It's expressly provided. And there are judicial decisions, more than 7 persons across the country who were disqualified.
The electoral.
You know,
let me get to my phone.
We'll look at the electoral.
So, but now what
we
we
only
are
talk
saying is
about
that
issue of double nomination. That is what is written
what
in
we
the
are saying
electoral
is that
act
the
22.
candidates,
Let me get it.
the law provides that the candidates who are nominated, for instance, House of Assembly and later House of Rep, or vice versa, that the later one you were nominated, you are not eligible. That provision is also there for candidates, and there has been judicial decision on it. I know of a Ebonyi case because I was a consultant to the governor of Ebonyi that time, who was leaving his second term, serving out his second term. Now, that fellow was disqualified for the fact that he participated in an earlier primary and later now come to participate in a later primary. The Ebonyi Federal High Court ruled that he wasn't qualified. So that gave room to the person that took second to now take the position.
Okay, Jamala has to leave us, but I want to take his views quickly on this unfolding saga in Abuja. The case of the NYSC corps member who was allegedly killed by officers of the Army Guards Brigade. Initially, they said the guy was killed in a crossfire, but to hear now that he was actually killed in his room. That's the biggest. I saw that statement yesterday while I was still on the show, but I didn't have the time to read. I read the family's release. The boy was actually in his room. The boy was not on the road. He was not. It was even 2 a.m. It was 2 a.m. The boy was shot in his room. They said they were looking. They suspected an armed robber came through that way. Signs indicated that he may have scaled the fence. Blah blah blah. Okay, so maybe they got into the room, and the boy, for security reasons, was not sure who was in the room and attempted to leave the door locked. And then you shoot him and kill him in cold blood.
Kelly, is a story.
And the army said they are investigating it.
Yes, it's a story I'm still following up. You know, I think it started yesterday. Then late yesterday, the account of the family came up. So we are trying to compare the statement made by the Nigerian army, hastily so, and that's made by the family now, which the family have asked them to retract that statement. It all boils down to how our security value life. Kelly, there are stations in Port Harcourt. If I ask you to pay a visit, and maybe in the waiting room you see 1 or 2 persons there, how our agencies, security agencies, treats the life of a Nigerian. You will, for me, why we will not preempt the actions of the military authorities who said they are investigating by the visit they pay the family, I beginning to see is an act of premeditated murder. From the way I'm looking at it, I may be wrong.
Somebody wanted him dead.
Maybe. And who is a member of the force may have gone there with his friends. Our personnel, most times they do these things on the frolic of their own, frolic of duty. It may not be the intention of the Nigerian army to carry out that exercise, but a personnel may have done that. And so it now becomes a responsibility of the Nigerian army to see how they can manage the situation. And that is the first blunder they made by giving that account.
An initial statement.
Yes, that initial statement. So the truth is and Nigerians generally, we are losing faith with respect to believing the agencies. For instance, the issue of coup. How the coup rumors came up and these statements that came out from the Nigerian Army headquarters. Every organizations or institutions of the Nigerian Army that has to do with correcting that impression that yes, there was a coup. The May 29th, is it May or June? One of those programs, Democracy Day or Independence, that was not celebrated at all.
The president was in Lagos.
It was not celebrated. They called off suddenly, and it was rumored that it was because of the leaking of this information that they stalled the process, and how they managed the situation and gave us different accounts. Now everything is now before us for us to see that yes, there was actually on the second limb suggests that the guy may be in his room, or whether he was trailed down to his house. The entire actions of the personnel that were involved should be condemned. And they should be identified immediately.
The officers involved?
The officers involved, yes, they should be identified. Not just being identified, they should be meant to face the disciplinary actions of their actions, because it is a bad signal to Nigeria as a whole. But what will the poor do? It happens as we are speaking now. It's happening here in Port Harcourt. So what do we do?
Okay.
My condolences to the family of the young, promising young man who just cut off his life.
Okay, so let's go back to that conversation. Section 35.
Section 30.
There's also Section 35. Let me read Section 30.
Read Section 30 of the Electoral 2022.
A candidate for an election shall be nominated in writing by such number of persons whose names appear on the register of voters in the constituency as the commission may prescribe.
That's the subsection. You are reading the subsection.
I wanted to add something here before.
Okay, add that.
Kelly, you are reading subsection.
See, Section
30 now. I'm reading section. This is 30 now. Electoral 2022.
We start with a candidate for an election.
That's what I said.
Shall be nominated.
That's what I've read now.
Okay.
Kelly, you must differentiate nomination in primaries of a political party and nomination as a candidate of a political party.
Yeah, there are two different
things.
Sorry, let me understand. Say again, please.
APC, they want to conduct their primaries. ADC, NDC or whatever, they want to conduct their primaries. By virtue of you aspiring to, they said 2 or 3 members of the political party in your constituency must nominate you, endorse in writing.
Okay.
That is nomination.
Okay, that's nomination.
At the inter-party level now. Once you have been qualified or declared winner of the political party in that particular constituency, and your form is to be submitted to INEC, the law, that is what is reading now, that some members of the constituents whose names are in the national register, not the political party's register.
That's an INEC voter register.
Exactly. Of that particular constituency must nominate you.
Okay.
So there are 2 different things clearly.
Okay,
so while one is national, the other one is.
So let me jump. If that's the case, let me jump to 35, Section 35 of Electoral 2022.
Read.
Where a candidate knowingly allows himself to be nominated by more than one political party.
This is the new innovation that comes in.
No, this is the old law.
That's what I'm telling you. That is
this is
there.
2022.
Yes.
Right? Where a candidate knowingly allows himself to be nominated by more than one political party.
At the general election.
Or in more than one constituency.
Yes.
His nomination shall be void.
Yes, it's very simple. At the general election, I am standing as House of Assembly candidate for NDC in ABC constituency. I'm also standing as the House of Assembly member, maybe in another party, or as the Senate or House of Rep in a different political party. I am having 2 nominations.
So it's not
like Akpabio.
So let me see if I understand it.
Akpabio then was inter-party.
Was in one party.
Inter-party. That was inter-party.
Or intra. Is it inter?
It's intra.
Intra.
Intra is within his own political party. Yes, he has not.
So he has not violated.
He has not. No, that was his political party.
Because he was not nominated by another political party.
No. That was his own political party's dealing.
No, but that's the the understanding I'm getting from
No, that is for the national. If I present myself in APC as governor, as governor of Gongola State,
where a candidate knowingly allows himself to be nominated by more than one political party.
Yes,
it said there.
Yes,
nominated by more than one political party.
Yes.
Or in more than one constituency.
Be like House of Assembly.
His
or
nomination
House
shall
of
be void.
That's
Yes,
what
it's
I'm
quite
telling you
clear.
now. You see,
It's
I have
clear.
tested this in court.
It's clear.
I'm a leading election procedure participator. At least I've handled many to the superior courts. This provision has been there. And I'm telling you that courts have ruled on it.
Mm-hmm.
I have the report from Ebonyi, Federal High Court.
Thank you for this clarification.
Yes, where they disqualified the disqualified person that contested. You know, because of high-handedness, this big wig will block and oppress the upcomers. So when they block you, you now run to another party and get nominated. Now, if also you are nominated in House of Assembly, you failed, you now got form for House of Rep in your own party, and then try to be nominated again after you had contested the primary of the other one. The law say it's wrong.
No, but the understanding I am getting from this is quite different. The
Read the
understanding
B
here-
partner. It's there now.
The understanding, I don't see a B part here. There's only section 35.
Read it now.
And
it provides two
where
information.
at the close of nomination there is no candidate validly nominated, the commission shall extend the time for nomination and fix a new date for the election.
No,
section
the one
35.
you read before.
This is section 35, where a candidate only allows himself to be nominated by more than one political party.
That is one.
Or in more than one constituency is nominated, or in more than one constituency.
That's what I'm saying.
His nomination shall be void.
Yes.
So, if Akpabio, maybe the
because Akpabio contested for
presidency.
So
that's
then
more than one constituency.
Yes, then now came to the senatorial
Presidency
constituency.
more than one constituency.
Came to the senatorial.
But all in the same political party.
Yes.
So the argument could be the first instance is in the same political party, it's not in another political party.
Kelly, see.
That is okay.
The first argument could be what he did all was in the same political party, not APC, PDP. Right? Not APC, PDP. It was only in APC. Maybe that could be the reasoning of the Supreme Court to say, well, as far as this matter is concerned with the law,
it's internal.
It's internal.
The same party.
Because it's the same party, it did not go out of that party.
And that is why they used to say that laws should be reviewed.
So
if you make a law,
yes,
and it's been operated for 4 years, judgments have emerged. You see where the law poses difficulty. Then the legislature will give it a touch.
So now it has been reviewed, and we read that last week here where he said expressly that if you are validly nominated in more than one political party, no, let me
Kelly,
read it.
this whole thing, I see. Let us even get this section. We read it now. As you're looking for it, see, the whole thing here is clear. We don't have independent candidacy in our elections.
No, we don't.
And for you to be a candidate, you must go through primaries.
Yes.
At the primary level, you are an aspirant. But immediately you get the thing, you become a candidate, a flag bearer of a political party. And that section 30 here, that talk about say prohibition of double nomination. And he's telling you here, say a candidate for an election shall be nominated in writing by such number of persons whose names appear on the register of voters in the constituency as the commission may prescribe. So if we go by this now, yes, nomination for an election in our electoral practice, after you win after you've won a primary, people don't nominate you to INEC. It's the party.
After you have won.
After you've won your primaries, it is the political party that you won their primary that submits your name to INEC. The next thing INEC does is to publish some of those names for citizens to vet, right? If there is any area that they need to be disqualified, you go to court. But the Electoral Act now is telling you that a candidate. So the focus is on the primaries, the political party. The focus is on the political party, not nomination aside you've won your primaries.
Okay.
So Akpabio, if you checked it, it didn't confirm the constitution at all that people will now go to court that he ought to have been disqualified.
I wish we had seen this earlier, but nonetheless, that's so. Your point is the other smaller political parties now they're being very smart.
Yes, my point
they are
is
holding
that,
on to their digital register.
Yes.
Because they suspect that some persons will want to move their way.
Yes, that is the intent of INEC. INEC intent is to try to limit that jumpology, that forgive that slang, that people are jumping from one party to the other looking for tickets. Now, this procedure of INEC would have significantly reduced that. But besides that point, it is important for INEC to understand that the strength of the parties are not the same. There are very strong parties like the APC, the PDP, and the Labour Party have joined that fray, sequel to P2B's previous presidential campaign. Apart from that, there are other medium parties that strengths are not the same. So when you make law or make regulation or make policy, you widen the scope to consider those that are not as strong as the other, consider the cost implication, and it also pains me that the Senate in producing the 2026 electoral law did not tame one of the greatest obstacles to more Nigerians aspiring to position, the cost of nomination of candidates.
All right,
is very huge.
All right, let's go to Abuja. I allowed Jamala to speak because he needed to attend to something real quick. I already talked about it. The updates we have. The military said they're investigating. At this point, if you were quick to release a statement and the reality on the ground points a different direction, that the boy was actually killed in his room, please, what is the military still investigating? Emi Faiga.
Kelly, when issues are raised like this, there are always two opinions.
Yes.
Militaries are giving their own account. The family of the deceased are giving their own account. So we need to arrive on the truth. Let us get the truth. What actually transpired? Is it true that the boy was actually in his room, he did nothing, then the military just went in and shot him?
Okay.
Or peradventure something went wrong, he ran into the room, for safety, and the military traced him there, or whatever happened, and they got him down. We need to unravel the truth.
But the military already indicted itself when they released an earlier statement saying that the boy died in crossfire, that they were under heavy attack. That's what the military said initially. They were under heavy attack by the armed robbers and they returned fire. It was that exchange
that killed the
boy. That's what the military said initially. The family came out to say, no, this boy was in the room. The bullet that killed him was in his room. So while you release an initial statement saying, armed robbers were shooting us, we returned fire because we responded to a distress call, and that was how the boy was killed in the crossfire, the reality now says, no, the boy was in his room when you killed him.
Kelly, it all boiled down to what I call issue of peevishness that is actually bedeviling our country. People are easily, angry. People are easily, upset. Immediately you are putting on uniform, or maybe you're holding one position. Ordinary question that somebody will ask: are you questioning me? You're not seen on the road. We want to ask a policeman, what actually do you want? You say I should park, I should do this. What do you want? What are you questioning me? You want to teach me my job? Oh yeah, park now. I will show you now. The person has not committed anything. He just asks a question to be sure of what you are asking. It becomes an offense. That attitude is also found in some of these our security personnel. You see people trying to be overzealous, something that the boy is there, you round up the place. You can easily say surrender or find a means to go there. You arrest him. If you suspect him to be a culprit or whatever, you can arrest him. You take it to the police, you hand him over, and investigation continues. But just because you think you have gun in your hand, anybody is a fly, you just go there, you do as you like. You are being paid, seeing the citizens as if they have no right to ask you question or if to even right to life. They don't have it anymore because you are holding gun. For me, the real truth will be unraveled. Let us know if they are found culpable, if they are found guilty, if they are found to be overzealous in doing some of these their actions, please, something should be done to them. At least we create a kind of a deterrent to other persons who are bearing arms and the rest of it.
Dr. Waikwe.
Mr. Kelly, I think it's very unfortunate. But to us, this is not new. I've carried out research on the issue of civil-military relations. There are a lot of indictment against military officers in terms of civil-military, the democratic cultures. How do you relate with your civilians? Most times that high-handedness is there. It's not new. Recently, I'm on a paper in terms of the challenges being faced on public service. So public service include the military, the judiciary, and the rest of them. So a lot of things are happening. Do you know actually your duty, knowing their responsibility to the citizens? How do you relate with them? These are part of the issues. The people you are paid, taxpayers' money, their money to take care of them, they have become the victims of your activities. It's not new. Thank God you say the first report, indict the military. But how do you do this? How do you, because they harmonize the civil service rule, tell you what to do. Even if it's not the body, the military, the law says it's a gross misconduct. That particular person that did it has to be punished squarely. And that will serve as deterrent to others. But will you see that happens? Those acts are there. Harmonized 2004 is there. But at the end of it all, they are more interested in covering the person. They are more interested in covering the... And we see this thing happens. Often and all, we are keeping quiet. Is this supposed to be so? The people we are paid with our taxpayers' money. It's very unfortunate.
Dr. Eko.
Yes, I had followed up that story since yesterday, and it's a very sad one. Institutional falsehood. The army personnel, officers that issued that statement deliberately lied to Nigerians, because when you issue official statement for a public institution, there must be discretion. There must be conscience. It must be based on facts, knowing that the public will inquire and will want to verify. They threw all this to the winds and just issued falsehood to Nigerians. Now, when you square the falsehood to eyewitness testimony and testimony of the parents and neighbors, the report of the military fell flat. What a shame. What nation are we building? Nation must have standard in character, in what is acceptable behavior, what should be policy in public services and institutions that forms as a standard of behavior. Now, the eyewitness account have established that the army personnel actually entered the residence of the young man that the deceased, and they shot him point blank, short range, shot him on the head. His brain fell apart. That was deliberate. That was premeditated. That was a focused killing. It wasn't an accident. And everybody in the neighborhood have also said they had only one gunshot. So there was no crossfire. They lied. And this is an emergency. the authorities of the military must round up these fellows and interrogate them and know why they killed him, know who sponsored them, who sent them, and they have brought the Nigerian army into public disgrace by that statement they issued. Then the army must compensate that family sufficiently and adequately, and they must render apology to Nigerians, to us who saw the Nigerian army is now lying to the public and playing with human life. This is outright murder, and those persons must be dismissed from the army and charged for willful murder of the victim.
Basically, you remember yesterday I said, before I started commenting on that issue, I said, unfortunately, we've not had a broader part of the stories to know. Because when you say crossfire, it's from both sides. And then, in between, then the question I asked was, to know exactly whether that boy was standing there or he lived there. You see, how can, was it on the street or what? That such crossfire existed, armed robbers came, that even brigade of guards came out. Because that's the suggestion, they came out to wage the armed robbers. And then in the crossfire, I don't know where, how nocturnal that boy was, and then he was killed. Now, if the story from the eyewitness is anything to go by, that boy was in his house. Just like any other person hears sound of gunfire in the night, the person will be agitated. But they opened his house, whatever they were looking for, and then killed him in his own house. And then you came out and said crossfire. I really don't understand though. The military should, their hierarchy, those people at the apex, should try to teach maybe the younger ones how to be more careful. Not as because, Kelly, if you are going on the streets and see whether the military or the police, the way they are bullying civilians who happen to fall prey to them, you will know that nothing can be said not to be possible to happen in terms of whoever comes around them when there's a fracas. Just tell me now, even if they compensate them, this one, a man was, if it were a woman, was in his home and then welcome death. It's not a natural cycle. By death by a bullet. It is quite unfortunate. For me, I will always say that who sent them? And why is it that when that thing, I want to believe that if there is anything that happens suddenly in that wise, the military hierarchy, wherever send them, must be radioed and told, look at what we are facing. Even it will be on the way to make reinforcements to bring in case our people are overwhelmed. But all these things, they've taken the life of a copper that was going to serve his nation. And then they came out and told us. You remember what happened in Kaduna State when the Air Force bombed some people? They said they were terrorists. They saw them on the ground. And I was saying, who confirmed that they were terrorists on the ground? Because for intelligence to be whole, I'm not a security expert, but using practical wisdom. There should be corroboration from the ground to whoever before you start releasing all that your lethal weapons from up. You just don't start pushing out bombs from up down to be killing people. You see these people, and they said they were holding one kind of celebration. If you remember that there was a time with Dr. Good. Now what they told us was that the people there were terrorists. Kelly, if one keeps on talking this, some people that have high blood very close, they could have this thing, heart attack. So let the military know how. You see, people that are detailed to secure others should not now have their people they are supposed to secure as their victims. What kind of thing is that?
Why was the military even there? We talked about armed robbery, right?
You said they were called.
Is that an external aggression?
They were called.
You said they were
Okay,
called.
they were called. And those who call military could not call police. Could not call his military, they called.
Is this Mohammed?
Let's open the phone lines. Let's have you speak to us this morning. 0810951095. That's the number to call. Please, you have 60 seconds in making your contributions. So let's try our best to stay within 60 seconds. We'll go around all the channels for communication via the traditional SMS. So, Etim from Port Harcourt, your message is very correct. You say, please, sir, a point of correction. Rhodes Viva is no longer in the Labour Party, but with the African Democratic Congress, and that's correct. Because he didn't want to labor in vain in 2027, according to Mr. President. So, Etim, you're very correct. Yes, he defected. With all the fights in the party now, the guy gets a final level. Austin George, not sure what you're reacting to, so I have left you. In the case of the corper that died from the hands of the army as alleged, I want to ask, is it an offense or an abomination for these police or army officers to shoot their suspect on the legs instead of shooting from the hip upwards? Since the aim should be to incapacitate the suspect, and I think that this type of event will continue to multiply because there are no consequences. Aaron Akalawu from Abba sent this contribution. Good morning, Today 95.1.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Wellington from Okrika. If I wish the words alleged, that young man was assassinated. Kelly, on Sunday you were talking about the performance of U.S. military. The suspect is with you. Why can't you arrest him? The suspect is with you. A crossfire. The neighborhood, nobody heard it. As alleged, that young man, something is beyond that killing. He was assassinated. They should hold those military men, bring them to a book. Somebody is in his house, sleeping 2 a.m. You didn't arrest him, handcuff him, take him to the National police station, take his statement. He was outside or anything, and he said he was on a crossfire on the road. That is what happened that day in uniform. As reported by your own station when the matter was there, they said they shot the bus and then a student
All right.
in that bus.
Thank you so much, Wellington. Today 95.1, good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, Frank. Please go on.
Yeah, I agree that I have just today.
We greet you back.
So, where government give 29 people. This killing is highly condemnable and unacceptable. I want to tell our president this morning that you have everything it takes for you to stop this killing. But you are busy calling progressive governor for them to be in charge of their state in terms of 2027 elections. Instead of you to tell them also for them to be in charge of security in their various states. And if we allow our people die on daily basis, this morning headline almost 7 states in the north are in trouble. What is going on? Our president, please do something concerning this security. Our country is bleeding. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right. Thank you so much, Frank, for your contribution. Okay. Good morning, Kelly. Please update on the Strait of Hormuz with ships. It's shut down. No ship is crossing the Strait of Hormuz. That's why price is still high. The US and Iran, they haven't been able to get a breakthrough. Latest is Iran has made an offer, but with the condition that America removes its blockade of its ports. America removes its naval blockade on its ports. If America removes their blockade, and then Iran would ensure that the Strait of Hormuz is open to all ships. That's the latest. We don't have information that the US has agreed to that, not yet. So at the moment, while the US Navy, in their almightiness, continue to block the Iranian ports, they still cannot ensure that ships can cross the Strait of Hormuz. When ships make attempt to cross, they are shot at by the Iranian Navy. That's why price of crude oil is still high. In fact, tensions even got even higher yesterday. Today 95.1, good morning. Good morning.
Hello, Kelly. Good morning.
Hi, Muriel.
Thank you,
Welcome.
everyone in the studio. Well, Kelly, I think the youth copper that died, maybe they should look at him very well. Maybe he was very handsome. And not for jealousy, the soldier, maybe looking for a youth copper babe that loves the boy and decides to take him out. Yeah, as flimsy as that reason is, Kelly, we've heard flimsier or more funny excuses why they shed our blood. After all, they call us blood civilians. Thank you, Kelly.
Muriel, thank you. So, Mr. Dennis, the second part of your message, the eyewitness account of the death of that corper is heartbreaking, touching and barbaric. Mr. Dennis, your contribution. Thank you. Today 95.1, good morning. Morning to you.
Are you hearing me? Evangelist Dr. Franco Dara.
It's very low, but go on, let's manage.
Okay. The court refusal of the journalist inside the court to hear the proceedings. Okay, now that the journalists were not there and the proceedings were through yesterday, I think we have to bring the public on what transpired yesterday. But by now, if journalists were allowed in, at least the information will have flooded everywhere. So are they able to let us know what transpired yesterday? Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much. Today 95.1, good morning.
Good morning, Kenny.
Welcome, sir.
My name is Abichun Nabi. Mr. Kenny, in your discussion before with Emir Fehada, I disagree with him on the...
Don't disagree with him, just state your point. Just state your point.
Okay. My point is that P2B did well in Anambra State. He's my governor. I'm from Anambra State. Are you getting me? I'm from Ihiala local government, and there's a general hospital in my place. P2B did very well in that hospital. Coming out to tell the public that P2B did not do anything is a lie. And check when P2B were governor of Anambra State. Check the people, the states that are coming first in terms of education. Please check. The states that are coming first in education, check. So MEF will not come out to the public to deceive people.
Well, you have crossed the line. You didn't have any reason to say that. You've already said your position. Let's leave it there, okay? The killings in Adamawa State, very unacceptable. Let Mr. President gently resign because he lacks the capacity to protect lives. Also, Malami rejecting Revolution Now cap from Sowore, away Liberty from Port Harcourt. Today 95.1, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Kelly, Chief Nduku and the guests in the studio. A blessed one to you and a bad one to all the bad politicians and shine and leaders where they do anyhow, institution they lie. Mr. Kelly, you see, it is good that their party members are beginning to test the kind of confusion and pain and hardship that from day one somebody came to office and said Churchidi is gone, and whereby all since that day he has been speaking from two sides of his mouth. Nothing, he say we're out of the book and nothing has happened. Money is being borrowed. Now he is not telling the other one that you are the one. Is it Benjamin to go and do the primary? Yes, Kalu is saying he told him he's the one. And you see all these things. This has been the confusion he has thrown this nation to. And lastly, I'm not surprised about the military when they come out with their force information. I don't want to say force now. The general that Boko Haram head and key.
Okay.
They say it's in his house in the barrack enjoying not.
Today 95.1, good morning.
Yeah, Kelly, good morning.
Morning, sir.
I greet all you members of your panel in the studio. My name
We
is
hear you.
Port Harcourt. On the achievements of P2B and the comments on the obedient movement, I want to say one or two that a lot is being said by spirit of opposition in one of your panel members there.
What is your view before I disengage? What is your view before I disengage?
He did well, and he is the only solution available to Nigeria now. P2B is the man of the moment. Let us forget all these sentiments we are expressing. Politics without service is dead. If the people don't benefit from any form of politics, it should not be played in any society. People are on the ground. Even the people that are supporting this president
Okay.
are finding it difficult like every other person.
Thank you. Today 95.1, good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning, sir. Let me start with Nigerian military. I remember when what happened to Joseph in Okaki, and the way they did, and they was trying to attack him in court. And I don't know, nobody's challenging them. Nobody has challenged the Nigerian military to be hands down, because they always come and get away with this thing now. This couple and their family, sorry, I want to advise them just to forget about it and go and bury their son, because I don't think they will come out from it. Nothing will come out. I remember when I have been saying, they're having Nigerian military doing operation. They mistakenly refer somebody. I bring them that it's them. They join the person which the whole community know that boy is just innocent, he did not come back from about 1 or 2. They killed him, still nobody saying anything. So I don't know which organization will challenge to have them, but things are happening, they'll come and lie, do a lot of things, get away with it.
All right. Copy now. 60 seconds. Thank you. Today 95.1, good morning.
Good morning, Kelly.
Welcome.
I greet everybody in the house. Kelly, you see,
What's your name, please?
a problem for us to imagine when you have a problem and you call a personnel to come and intervene, then you will become the victim. I don't know what is happening. Let me investigate this matter very well. Because I have seen a place whereby somebody enters military, somebody enters soldier just because of a particular person. And when they came out, what is it? He goes straight to that person. And what happened? That person is dead. And what happened? Oh, I don't know what happened. But he has that person in mind before he was moved to enter that military. I don't know what happened, but I think they should investigate very well. Thank you very much for having us.
All right, thank you so much for your contribution. This one says, Kelly, where has Obi wronged you? Okay, ma, what you said is not true. You cannot tell what will happen tomorrow. Next time, tell us her name now. We're not going to talk. Good morning, Today 95.1. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Tango. I'm the chief of Port Harcourt. I want to say concerning B2B that, your guest have said, I think B2B have done very well in Anambra State. And B2B is the best for Nigeria. And B2B will do very, very well. That's an Igbo man, this country will not move forward. We need an Igbo man to move this country forward. They have tested North, tested West, tested South, they have not done well, but Igbo man is going to do it. B2B is the answer. Thank you.
Well, that's the way talk and always cause problem. Good morning, Today 95.1. Welcome.
Kelly, good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Victor calling from Hollywood. Kelly, it baffles me how an elderly person will come to a public radio and start misinforming the public about the
Today 95.1. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Okay.
Yeah, for me, I don't care what anybody says about it. Being jealous is not matter. For Abia State, my own state, I am totally happy. You understand? When God wants to destroy people, that they claim Alice will not come back, He will put conditions in their midst. They welcome development. You understand? How does come and they let them be dragging? I'm laughing. For Abia State, I've said, I will mobilize only like 10,000 people with my money. People know 50% of people. So let's keep dragging. So for people, those who are the lost in I will know what is anybody. Thank you.
10 billion, thank you for your contribution. Today 95.1, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Morning, Collins. Welcome to the one.
Yes, I'm an obedient, the full one. Confirm obedient, and I appreciate it to be here. If you want to be door to door to door, tell them B2B is the solution that we need in the country. To solve problem of Nigeria. I will give you our post like we go to the trade. And this time we are going to end it. No one going to allow what happened to happen again. Because no matter what they and they do us why, but this time we will not take it again. We are going to stand and send our post. We are going to be higher for B2B. Thank you, God.
Okay, I see how Dr. Waigwe is smiling. He's so happy. he's so happy. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Hello.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Michael from Aba. Peter Obi did well as a governor in Anambra State. Anambra people cannot forget so easily the landmark project he instituted in the state. So he will also do well if given another opportunity or a higher opportunity to reach like the country as a whole. So let nobody disappoint anybody about Peter Obi. He has a track record. All this while nobody has invited him in any way, by betting money or whatever. The people have been trying digging into indict him. They have not been able. He's a man of integrity. I'm don't mind those that are always attached.
All right. Thank you. Final call. We'll read messages. Today 95.1. Good morning.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning,
Clever Gerald. Simon, please go on.
Thank you. When I did my form class, Anambra governor, like somebody said, the education in Anambra was the command of stage. But during the time of P2B, the Anambra state continued taking first in education all around. Even now, the structure that he kept in education in Anambra are still holding the state. Go to common government schools, average government schools in Anambra state. It cannot compare them with some of the private schools that they are paying hundreds of thousands in some states. So if he road network, if Anambra state that he said have the highest road network during the time of P2B, anybody can start it. If he said this, everybody said,
okay, back to sender. Yeah, the command chicken not back to sender. All right, let's read some more messages. Good morning, Kelly, Bishop Ima, and all our guests. We'll be visiting GJ is laughable. Someone that failed to conduct the LG election in Anambra State and cannot even settle Labour Party internal crisis now coming for president. Also, I thank the Nigerian Army for accepting their mistake over the copper skilling. God's from Port Harcourt to your contribution. On Obi moving up and down, traversing the length and breadth of the country, looking for support from past presidents and leaders. Ogaima have never been correct in his analysis. Obi is just wasting his time because whatever he's got in 2023, or whatever he got in 2023, he will get half this time around. Matthew from Transamadi. Okay. Okay, so this is private and confidential. Okay, gift. Eliosu. Take it easy. Peter Obi is one Nigerian who would have captured. Okay. You said there's parallel government in River State. I'm not aware. There is an indirect parallel government existing in River State. The governor is just there, but the government is being run from behind. Prosper from Alu. Okay. Crisis in Abia State would definitely be of benefit to the governor, just like the ADC crisis is benefiting the APC. What goes round comes around. One man eats his cake and have it back. Now it's very good morning. Okay, Honorable Marlon, thank you for your contribution. The fight between Orji Uzor and Benjamin Kalu is because Orji Kalu's younger brother, Mascot, is gunning for governorship as against Benjamin's interest to get the governorship ticket. Oh, wow. Orji is pushing for his brother, Charles. Oh, wow. I'm going to say the fight goes serious, so. The APC primary in Abia, Benjamin Kalu was Orji Kalu's boy. When Kalu's 8 years as governor finished, Orji took Benjamin to South Africa to manage his business there. Both came back to contest, Orji for Senate, Benjamin for House under Jonathan, and failed for 2 times before winning under Buhari. Both are from Abia North, Orji from Igbere and Benjamin from Bender Town. Chief Okafor, Aba. So the fight go hot, Abi. Oyamoku de look now. Stan, Benjamin and Kalu are fighting for leadership position of the APC Abia State, but President Tinubu-led APC has given, excuse me, Orji Uzor Kalu and few other senators like Opeyemi Bamidele, Adamo Alero, and the rest of them automatic ticket to return for stabilizing the Senate. OUK will only want to give his loyalist tickets for other positions, so as Benjamin Kalu. Tussle like this has been the problem of the APC in Abia State since 2015, and it has been the gain of the ruling party in Anambra too. Stan, your contribution. The last one I can read from here. Concerning the Abuja Copper, someone that is POP is next month. How will any member of the family be patriotic to this nation? I'm crying now. This could be me, Adewale. So sorry. Somebody's fact-checking also. What's the fact-check, please? Okay, still obese. Peter Obi performance as governor. All right, let's. Louis Faruq, Peter Obi, Southeast leaders visit Goodluck Jonathan. So all these talk you have been having with other people were anchored on what? The funny thing is that all obedience that have registered with ADC during their registration will jump and register with another party when he defects again. Okay, thank you. Your voice notes we'll listen to in a bit. Okay, I read this on, so why am I sounding jealous of Abia State? Okay. Kelly and the panelists, good morning to you all. Obi expanded consultations ahead of the 2027 presidential election is a crusade. If he wins, good. If not, he's raising the banner for Igbo interest in the presidency of this country very, very high. George Kalu from Ruma Hollow sent his contribution. Thank you, George, for your contribution. All right. Okay. As far as Obi's political career is concerned, he's still a boy in Nigerian politics. If he likes, he should go to Obi's and Emir. For now, Obi still remains a boy. Leave God factor about this issue. Joe, thank you for your contribution and thank you for the nice words. Sure, when I poke the other way, you still say the same thing. Let Obi win his primary fight before we talk about president. So God will not answer my prayer because I pray for Tinubu. Question. This is from Ernest Woji. All right, you already missed the mark, so let's look. Let me read it. Maybe you're praising him. Okay, off the mark completely. And you're laughing at yourself. Hey, yeah. Over the years of listening to social and political comments on various media platforms, I have discovered that elections in Nigeria have never been rigged because clearly by means of voting, people actually chose their leaders. And like I always say, countries of the world get the kind of leaders they deserve. Leaders are a reflection of the people we are. If Ruto won Kenya's election, that's who they deserve. Same with Ramaphosa of South Africa and the rest of them. Whoever emerges as winner will not only be who the people deserve, but who they deliberately and consciously chose. J. Ajib. Okay, you're going philosophical with us this morning. It's okay. Gifts Joseph, good morning all. Mr. Obi remains the best candidate for presidency come 2027, no matter how anybody is running him down. And if his state people are singing his praise, that he did well as a governor. All right, Gift, your contribution. Thank you. Kelly Peter Obi visit to Goodluck Jonathan was still to consolidate and roll out his interest committee 27. It was a step in the right direction. However, I was really worried and appalled, even though it's a known fact in law about closed door trial. Okay, it's a known fact in law about closed door trial, but then my fear and worry is holding open transparency in the case of these coup plotters, alleged coup plotters. This is a civilian and a democratic government. Every step of this case in court should be made to go through a transparent process in a democratically elected and a democratically set government. Pastor Sunday from Rumugbo. Thank you, sir. A few more now I need to raise now. I don't see the hula baloo in the trial of the accused plotters, whether indoor or outdoor trial of the military or civilians. After all, they were trying to overthrow the government and not the society. So let the court do what's best, as long as it's fair and transparent. Demola Fumi from Rumokuta Market, your contribution. The Obi is capable to govern Nigeria to an extraordinary extent. I say this based on his performance as governor of Anambra State. This was he left $150 million in savings. Obi reduced the cost of governance in Anambra State to a great extent. He improved education to the level that Anambra was placed on first place position by WAEC and NECO. Obi constructed 900-kilometer roads. He built health centers and so on and so forth. John O. Wagu sent this message. Let me read more. Let me read some more messages. On the trial of the coup plotters against and without journalists, Kelly, even till this moment, I still know the enemies of democracy in my nation. Imagine we didn't see videos from Kano's trial, just pictures, the chaos that would have followed with the way the matter ended. Yes, Mame? I think I get your message. Thank you. Okay, Charles, I think you sent. Yes, you did. You sent the same message via the traditional SMS channel. Thank you. Okay, Obialo promise. I'm not sure what you're reacting to. I say it's Obi. It's like that. It's like that Bola went after his Mehdi Hassan interview. He said he went for throat surgery. That obedience did it. I say, yeah, wow. There is no justice in this country. Justice in Nigeria depends directly on the leadership at the top and their interests. Maxwell, you sent that contribution. Thank you. This will be the last I can take from here, so we can listen to the voice messages. I said there's a dead body in front of the Federal Secretariat. A young boy was probably knocked down by a hit-and-run vehicle early this morning. The body had been run over severally by vehicles, and the service lane in front of the Secretariat has been barricaded to prevent it from being further run over by vehicles. That's sad. Victor from Rukwako. Okay. Emako, now this one I pray for me. You know, be advice, so you don't pray this kind of prayer for me because me I be prayer warrior. Don't try it, though. So, whether it's prayer or advice, keep on to yourself, yeah? The Lord bless you.
My name is Chimobi. This is the issue of double nomination or double candidacy. I don't have much to say, but I have one. There's one soundbite that I usually listen and laugh. I know Okalu told Ababio that him, after contesting for the presidency and becoming a senator, is a wonder of the world, that people should study it in school. But how he became a senator after contesting for the presidential ticket, it was a wonder that they should try to study it in school. I can never forget that soundbite.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly. Good morning, the guests in the house. I greet everybody. My name is Ezekiel. Mr. Kelly, they did allow journalists into the courtroom to record the proceedings against the coup plotters, as according to the government, though, because back then when this news broke out, they told us that no, something like that never happened. Like there was nothing like coup plot in the country. That it remains more for them to print flyers and be giving help to every household for them to know that there was no coup plot against President Tinubu. But today they are parading people in the courts. Not one, not two, not three. No problem. But yeah, I know I understand that there are some certain things that that the journalists are not allowed to record in the court. But this particular one, I disagree. We have the right to know. They say that nothing of short happened now. But why are they hiding it from us? Why are they doing it in silence? They should let us know. We have the right.
Good morning, Kelly. Kelly, Obi is the only free, corrupt politician in Nigeria. Trending last week. Go and check papers. They have tore all his past record. Nothing was found incriminating about him. And that be said to any other politician in Nigeria, in APC or in anywhere. About the NYC. Now, NYC, they cannot do anything. They cannot help with the investigation. They cannot ask for accountability from the state. But if they come member now, we have to speak against a politician, you see them sanctioning, suspending, suppressing, and doing all that. But now they can't do anything again.
Good morning, Mr. Kelly and the big bros in the house. My name is Tony Chino, so from Port Harcourt. Talking about Jesus Carlo and the other Carlo in Abia State and the in-house fight. Your question is whether it's good for Abians, and I say emphatically yes. Let them continue to fight. What are they coming to do? What are these men coming to do? Is it Jesus Carlo that should go and rest? See how many years this man, since the time of IBB, he has been in this circle. Why wouldn't he go and rest? And he talk about the new Carlo. I don't know where he's coming from. Just an opportunist as he went to House of Representatives, boom, deputy. And then he has mouth to talk. What's the achievement? What is the pedigree? Where is he coming from? Please, they should go and rest, please.
Okay, well, Tony, thank you so much for your contribution. Let me quickly read some messages from Facebook and X as we get set to close already 11:25. So I have 2 minutes. On X, Osborne and Kelly, these men are just a bunch of political businessmen without any vision for Abians. They're just there to cut deals from the whatever. Thank you. Thank God that we will good confusion for APC and not Abians. Okay. Oyiniran Adewale, I think Obi still is a boy in politics. Okay, he's still a boy in politics. So Nigerian Army killing youth copper is uncalled for. We need proper investigation. Aloysius Uko, both should test their popularity. That is contributions from Facebook this morning. Let me go to, I beg your pardon, that's X who's calling me. You can't call me by this time, please. I'll call you back. Let's go to Facebook real quick and take some contributions. Okay. Oyema Sylvester Kanayo, good morning. This is the beginning of crack in the ranks of the APC in Abia State because both Carlos have their followers and soon they will begin to fight each other. Tinubu should come out with a statement of direction now. Marvel James, okay, so I should tell my guest. Okay. Sambo Tinan, oh yes, we love that. It's now the game is beginning to get more interesting. More are still on the way in every part of the country. Bio, Hamilton Prince, no man born of a woman can stop the work that God is using Alex to do in Abia. Orji and his cohorts will be confused till Alex is announced for a second term. Chikwebi. Okay, you say I have something to say, but my lawyer never win my case. I'm not sure I follow. But I don't read them, sure. I've been reading them before. Maybe somebody else will understand. All right, let's go to general post. I'm looking at the time. I just have to close the show now. Joel Lodwell, for now, if Obi likes, you should go to Amadio or Shango. He still remains online president. Okay? He cannot win ADC presidential ticket. Propaganda obedience cannot win election. And then Chukudi Bonugo posted this way. Terrorist attack at Dama community kills 29. This is terrible and it's becoming too many. How long shall Nigerians continue to be killed in their own country just for offense of being Nigerians? The other message is there, but we have to go. I'd like to say thank you to you all for being part of the conversation today. You that listened will say thank you. Panelists in the studio, Living Gifts and Jamala, he left already, Esquire, private legal practitioner. Dr. Richard Wine, Executive Director, Citizens Leadership and Rural Development Initiative, Clady. Thank you, sir.
Kelly, thank you. I think the majority is on our side. About
Amy Fayega, political analyst, adolescent, and adult literacy volunteer. Thank you, sir.
The biggest problem Peter Obi has today is the obedience. Trying to paint a central picture that is false on the minds of Nigerians.
Thank you.
In 20,
I have to go. Thank you. Dr. Innocent Ego, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
And Mr. Emmanuel Idikwe, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigeria.
That's all, everyone. Good morning.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tuning to Entertainment Today, only on Today95.1fm, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive. And munch, just eat, take water, eat something, some running or jogging, listening to music. Yes, some people say that too. But what's most important is you're ensuring that you start your morning on a very great note, right? Because it's important. They say that the way you start is the way the whole day is going to go. They say. But welcome to Entertainment Today on Today 95 on 1FM, Voice of the People. It's 11:35. My name is Queen Chima. Now, so much been happening as usual, especially in Nigeria. Sadly, one of Nigeria's famous actors, passed yesterday in his sleep. We're going to take that story and again, Mary Remy Njoku, just always opinionated about the industry, the creative industry. And she says, we are busy competing with each other, that we're not competing globally. Let's stop the whole national or local competition and begin to make the creative industry stand up tall, that we can compete with every other person in the world. Well, when you look at our music, look at our movies, you want to ask one question, really, aren't we doing good enough? Aren't we? Is she talking about talent now, or the whole process of creativity? Because some people will say, wait, Nigeria's creative industry has moved way farther than it used to be. But I'd like to know what your thought is on that. But let's see what's happening on the foreign scene, where Italian luxury brand Prada launches made in India slippers. Made in India sandals inspired by India's traditional Kolhapuri sandals, nearly a year after it faced criticism over cultural appropriation. Now, the company said the new sandals, reportedly priced at €750, $881 or 650 pounds is a pair, and has been manufactured in India by artisans from the states of Maharashtra and Karnataka, where the sandals are traditionally made. Prada faced backlash last June after it presented similar designs at a Milan fashion show without referring to their Indian origins. At the time, the brand described the toe loop footwear simply as leather sandals. The company later acknowledged the designs had Indian roots. The collection is being sold across 40 Prada stores worldwide and online, with each pair handmade by artisans. The brand said that the line combines traditional techniques with contemporary design and premium materials, creating what it described as a dialogue between Indian heritage and modern luxury expression. But Prada also announced a 3-year training program for artisans from 8 Indian districts associated with making Kolhapuri sandals. The program, developed in collaboration with 2 Indian design institutes, will train 180 artisans in 6-month modules. Some participants may also have the opportunity to continue training at the Prada Group Academy in Italy, the company said. Lorenzo Bettelli, Prada Group's head of corporate social responsibility, said the initiative aims to support artisans by strengthening skills, preserving traditional knowledge, and helping local communities sustain. the craft. The Sandals, like many Indian handicrafts, have long been at the center of debates over the use of traditional designs by international brands, with designers and industry experts raising concerns about limited recognition and returns for artisans. Well, Hollywood star Rebel Wilson says claims she bullied women on her film are absolute nonsense, as she gave evidence for the first time in a high-profile defamation case against her in Sydney. The Bridesmaids actress is being sued by young Australian actress Charlotte McNeils, who stars in Wilson's directorial debut, The Deb, over a series of Instagram posts in 2024 and 2025. McNeils says Wilson ruined her reputation by calling her a liar for complaining about sexual harassment by producer Amanda Ghost, but later recanting it to further her career. McNeils says she never made such a complaint. On Tuesday, prosecutors asked if Wilson saw herself as a champion of women, to which she said yes. Her response was delivered to a packed courtroom filled with a mix of journalists, supporters, and several witnesses, Ghost among them. Sue Crisanto SC, acting for McNeils, was forceful on her cross-examination of Wilson, with a tense atmosphere filling the room as she opened her questioning. She began by asking the actress about her criticism of women working on the Deb, accusing her of mistreating McNeils, Ghost, and a female writer, despite saying she's a champion of women. Wilson also denied that making public negative statements about women on social media could be defined as mistreatment because they are truthful. She also could not recall the backlash in 2018 when she made comments about being the first ever plus-size girl to star in a romantic comedy after Crisanto raised it. In court, prosecutors labeled Wilson a liar, claimed that the actress firmly denied, saying the accusation was outrageous. The incident at the heart of the defamation case dates back to September 2023, when McNeils and Ghost, the producer on the Deb, went to Bondi Beach for a late afternoon swim. Well, in Nigeria, where actress and producer Mary Njoku has criticized what she called a small mindset, preventing Nigerian industries from competing globally. In an Instagram post, the Rock TV boss said industries that should be competing globally are stuck on Nigeria versus Nigeria instead of Nigeria versus the world. She said people are busy fighting over who becomes the local champion of a small pie rather than building together. Industries that should be competing globally end up stuck in Nigeria versus Nigeria when it should be Nigeria versus the world. Small mindset, we're not even big yet, but instead of building together, we're busy tearing each other down, fighting over who becomes the local champ of a small pie. Why? She wrote. According to Njoku, growth depends on shifting focus to excellence and collaborating on larger projects. She said the main constraint is perspective, not opportunity, noting that some limit room for expansion to maintain individual wins instead of creating collective success. If we truly want to grow, we need to shift, compete on excellence, and where possible, collaborate to create something bigger than ourselves. Sometimes the real limitation isn't the opportunity, it's the mindset. People see room for expansion, but instead of building something bigger, they shrink it so only they can win, choosing to remain local champions over creating shared success, she said. The opinion, everyone has one, it's said. However, when you look at the industry, whether music industry, movie, fashion, culture, and just everything that makes up the creative industry, you want to begin to pick one after the other and ask about collaboration. Because if you think that we're not competing as much as we should globally, then what could be the challenge? If you think that we are, what could be the challenge? Because for some people, they will think that the music industry hasn't done badly in terms of collaboration. We've seen the number of our artists do music with some internationally recognized artists. Right? Some people even talk about national collaboration as local collaboration. Then for movies, we've seen also streaming giants not just collaborate, but take partnerships with our movies, even way bigger than what it's supposed to be, getting our movies reach a wider audience. We've seen that happen. But if she's talking about talent collaboration, that could be a challenge maybe anywhere in the world, because human beings are quite competitive, and sometimes it's who wants to win or who wants to stay at the top. It's a competition game. But we've heard people say over and again, if our industry must thrive, if the creative industry must thrive, while we push local talent, local creativity, we must learn to collaborate and foster international collaboration if we collaborate better locally. But what are your thoughts about this? Do you agree with what she said or not? If you do, why? If you don't, why? Thank you so much. Send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 and 962. You can send a text or WhatsApp message to that number. Drop a comment on Facebook. It's Today 95.1 FM or on X at Today FM 951. Well, still on the news, where Afrobeat star Davido has won the Best International Act category at the 2026 Liberian Entertainment Awards, beating Ghana, Rema and Tyler to the prize. The award was presented during a ceremony held at Lee's Auditorium in Washington, D.C., United States. On music chart platforms, Chart Africa announced the winner via X, saying Davido has emerged victorious at the 2026 Liberian Entertainment Awards, clinching the prestigious award for Best International Act. The latest recognition adds to Davido's growing list of international honors and underscores the increasing global appeal of Afrobeats. It also reflects the continued strong presence of Nigerian artists on a major international award platform. The Liberian Entertainment Award is an award platform that recognizes creativity, innovation, and excellence in music, film, fashion, sports, and community service. Established in 2009, the award celebrated contributions of Liberian entertainers both within Liberia and across the diaspora. Well, veteran Nollywood actor and producer Solomon Akiesi is dead. His death was confirmed on Monday by the president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Abubakar Yakubu, to the Cable Lifestyle. Yakubu said the actor passed away in his sleep on Sunday, adding that his remains have been deposited in a morgue in Abuja. Yes, it is true. He died yesterday, slept and did not wake up from sleep. We await further details from their family. His body is in the morgue in Abuja where the sad incident happened, he said. According to him, the Guild is still expecting more information from the deceased family regarding the circumstances surrounding his death. Akiesi, who hailed from Ososo in Akoko-Edo local government area of Edo State, began his Nollywood career in the late 1990s and went on to feature in over 100 films. He was known for roles in movies such as Marry Who You Love, Kiss My Pain, Joy of Nakasha, Hurt of a Saint, Deadly Affair, Junzi Wife, Olaido the Fisher Girl, Pretty Liars, The End Is Near, and Desperate Ladies. Well, organizers of the African Magic Viewers' Choice Awards have announced the close of voting for the 12th edition of the awards, with winners set to be unveiled on May 9. In a post shared, African Magic thanked viewers for participating in the voting process across audience categories. And that's a wrap. Voting for AMVCA 12 is officially closed. Thank you for showing up, showing love and backing your favorites all the way, the organizers said. They added, now we wait to see who takes home the wins on May 9th. The organizers also confirmed that the ceremony will be broadcast live across African Magic channels, with red carpet scheduled for 4 p.m. West African time and the main awards show at 7 p.m. West African time. The 2026 edition of the awards features 32 categories, including 18 jury-decided awards, 11 audience-voted categories, and 3 special honors such as Lifetime Achievement and Trailblazer Awards. Veteran actress Joke Silva is serving as head judge for this year's edition, succeeding Femi Udubemi. Organizers also introduced 2 new categories: Best Indigenous Language Film North Africa and Best Indigenous Language Film Central Africa and Digital Content categories. Well, lastly, where Afrobeat singer Tiwa Savage has revealed that music stars Wizkid, Davido and Burna Boy are among artists who inspire her. In an interview with Rolling Stone Africa, Savage said she draws musical inspiration from many people, including her peers. She named Wizkid, Davido and Burna Boy alongside American singer Brandy and jazz music, adding that she ultimately looks up to God. I'm inspired by so many people musically. I'm inspired by Brandy. I also listen to jazz. I'm inspired by my peers, she said. The comments come a year after Savage publicly criticized the Big Three label, often used to describe Wizkid, Davido, and Burna Boy as Nigeria's top global music exports. In 2025, she argued the term overlooks leading female artists in Afro beats. She said certain types of artists earn more and have greater resources for promotion, which influences how often their music is heard. She also said it was unfair to discuss the top three without mentioning Thames. You're still listening to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Now, do remember that we're talking collaboration for global competitiveness. And Rock TV boss Remy Mary Njoku says, we're playing, that the Nigerian creative industry is playing really small. Everyone is trying to eat the pie, the local pie, while we leave out the international representation. Do you think that we lack collaboration in the industry? If you have been in the industry for a while, as a creator, as a musician, artist, actor, and you think much more can be done, what are your thoughts? But if you think we're not doing badly at all, what are your thoughts? Send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. Text or WhatsApp message. Now you can drop a comment on Facebook. It's Today 95.1 FM, or on X, Today FM 951. Do stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
City light don't wake again. Fresh breeze they blow for the riverside lane. Stepping clean, white tee, fresh sneaker.
Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Well, singer Ahmed Olalade popularly known as Ashake, is set to release his fourth studio album, Money, on May 1. Ashake announced the date on Instagram, posting a video of a stone carver working on what appears to be the album's cover art. The 13-track project is his first full-length release under his independent imprint. Now, the album includes previously released singles High Love, Batman Gangsta featuring Tiakola and Worship with DJ Snake. Money is expected to blend Fuji-inspired vocals, Amapiano rhythms, and Afro beats. Well, Money marks Ashake's fourth studio album in 4 years since his 2022 debut. Ashake entered the mainstream with the 2020 single Lady. He has since become one of Afrobeat's most streamed artists. His debut album, Mr. Money with the Vibe 2022, was a commercial success and established his mix of Fuji-inspired vocals, street hop, and Amapiano. He released Work of Art in 2023. The album produced Lonely at the Top and other international singles. Now, Work of Art returned to the number 1 on the Spotify Nigeria Weekly Top Albums chart in its 146th week. His 2024 third album, Lungu Boy, featured international collaborations and set his Spotify record for first day streams by a Nigerian album. Ashake has also earned international recognition, receiving a nomination for Best African Music Performance at the 2025 Grammy Awards. Now, maybe here are some things that you may want to expect from that album, because while you've experienced a wide spectrum of his abilities, this album, his promise, is nothing like those in the already illustrious catalogue of the Afrobeat superstar. On Ashake's third album, Lungu Boy, he conveyed the ambitions of a superstar whose eyes are on the global stage, the global sonic adventurism, heavyweight collaborations, and the laid-back swagger of his delivery signal the level he wants to play. Now, after Lungu Boy, Ashake has maintained a similar state of mind. He spent an extensive period in America, so much that fans wondered if he had dispensed with the desire to connect with the home front. Now, his historic Red Bull Symphony Orchestra performance in New York and his choice of French pop star Tiakola and global hit-making producer DJ Snake for his pre-release singles further convey Ashake's growing status as Afrobeat's star, eagerly searching for the next frontier to advance his agenda. Now, May 1, fingers crossed to see all of the songs on that album. I'm sure you're going to be having a good time. Still talking music. Well, Nigerian singer Teniola Pata and rapper Olamide Adedeji have released the official video for their new single Zion, featuring Nollywood veteran Nkemo. Now, the video released yesterday follows the song's debut on the 24th of April, where it quickly gained traction, entering Spotify Nigeria's top songs chart at number 36. Now, the early reception shows the continued appeal of both artists who have built strong fan bases within and beyond Nigeria. In Zion, Tenny explores a softer, more reflective sound departing from her signature upbeat style. The song centers on love as a refuge, portrayed as a space of comfort and emotional security in uncertain times. It's expected to feature on her forthcoming EP, The Wellness Package, scheduled for release in May, with Zion positioned as one of its lead singles. Now, it's directed and it opens with Nkemo's familiar soft whistling, subtly reminiscent of his iconic roles in classic Nollywood films. The recurring whistle sets the mood for the video, evoking memories of earlier screen performances in which the actor played impeccable roles. All right, let's see if you dropped your thoughts on Facebook. Okay. Now, the conversation is on Facebook. Actress and producer Mary Njoku has criticized what she called a small mindset preventing Nigerian industries from competing globally. She said people are busy fighting over who becomes a local champ over a small pie rather than building together. And now, if you go to Today95.1 FM on Facebook, you see that that post there. You can drop a comment right there. Follow us too on that platform, Facebook, Today 95.1 FM. You can do the same with Instagram. It's Today FM 951. X is at Today FM 951. Then if you want to watch us live on YouTube, it's Today 95.1 FM. Remember that you can also listen audio only via the website, todayfmlive.com. Click listen live and enter via the homepage or from the menu list, and then you can hear us from anywhere in the world. Connect also via Tuning and Radio Garden app. Search for Today 95.1 FM and you'll be listening to all of our programs. That's it on entertainment today on Today 95.1 FM. The world news coming up shortly. I am Queen Chima. Good morning.
News and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1
This is
FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Queen Chima. The headlines. Presidency defends President Bola Tinubu's Northwest record. Court summons key witnesses in trial of former CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele over Naira redesign. Rivers residents decry restriction on airtime borrowing services by network providers on the foreign scene. Ivory Coast jails 6 for life over deadly 2020 jihadist attack. Now the detail. The presidency has dismissed claims that President Bola Tinubu has neglected the Northwest, insisting the administration has made substantial investments in infrastructure, healthcare and transportation across the region. Speaking at a media briefing in Abuja organized by the Renewed Hope Ambassador's Presidential Aide, Tunde Raman said the planned nationwide project tour starting in Kaduna aims to counter what he described as misinformation about the government's performance. He pointed to ongoing projects such as the $2 billion Kano Miradi standard gauge railway linking Nigeria to Niger Republic, which officials say is about 60% complete. Also addressing the briefing, Presidential Advisor Bayo Nanuga said the initiative was designed to bridge an information gap that has fueled public skepticism, stressing that many completed and ongoing projects remain underreported. The federal government has urged fuel marketers to grant airline operators a 30-day credit window and adopt direct sales of aviation fuel as part of urgent measures to address Nigeria's worsening jet A1 shortage and price volatility. The directive followed high-level meetings coordinated by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority and the Ministry of Aviation and Airspace Management, with participation from key agencies including the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, Nigerian Airspace Management Agency and Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. Stakeholders also recommended a regulatory intervention to stabilize prices, including a review of pricing components tied to global benchmarks. Authorities were tasked with reducing the number of airside fuel distributors to only those with proven capacity, while the Ministry of Aviation is expected to mediate between marketers and airlines over mounting debts. A federal high court in Abuja has summoned former Financial Reporting Council boss Jim Obazi and Commissioner of Police Elo Okbaziakpo to testify in the ongoing trial of former Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele. Justice Hamza Muazu issued the subpoena directing both witnesses to appear in court today to provide evidence linked to the charges stemming from their investigation. Emefiele is being prosecuted by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, on an amended 20-count charge involving alleged criminal breach of trust, forgery, abuse of office, and conspiracy to obtain $6.23 million by false pretense. The court also ordered the witnesses to present relevant materials, including newspaper publications related to the controversial Naira redesign policy, which forms a key part of the case. According to the court documents, both Obazi and Okpoziakpo played roles in the investigation that led to the charges and are expected to clarify issues surrounding the policy and related financial decisions. Proceedings are set to continue with their testimonies as the court examines the allegations against the former Apex Bank chief. Rivers residents have expressed concern over the sudden restriction of airtime borrowing services by mobile network providers, a feature widely used for quick access to calls and data. Many subscribers say the change has left them stranded, particularly during emergency at night when conventional recharge options are limited. According to feedback gathered in an interview with Today FM's Uloma Unsu, these residents explained that the service had become an essential backup for communication and remote work, especially for users who rely on internet access outside banking hours. They warned that limiting the service could disrupt daily activities and worsen communication challenges in the city. While some users suspect the move may be linked to regulatory directives from the Nigeria Communications Commission (NCC), they argue that the restriction is inconvenient and could negatively affect both personal and professional connectivity.
To make a call, and I can't buy airtime, and I can't also borrow airtime. It keeps me stranded, and I can't even buy from my bank, maybe due to network issues. So the only option I'll have then is to borrow airtime to make the call. But since I can't borrow airtime, it keeps me stranded on the road.
Time I was broke, so I had to borrow from MTN. So when I now later had the money, I had to pay back. At least, as at that time, I wasn't stranded because I had to make calls, do certain things, even data, borrowing data, accessing data was possible, even though I wasn't with money.
Simply dial the code and borrow. This will refuse. And I need to log into my mobile app to charge my line. And my data is finished. I was so angry.
As of now, network providers have not issued a detailed public explanation for the sudden change. Meanwhile, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission (FCCPC) has clarified that service providers in Nigeria are legally required to compensate customers when services fall below agreed standards. The South-South Zonal Coordinator of the FCCPC, Uchebu Chukuma, who made this clarification, explained that the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act 2018 guarantees consumers the right to refund, replacement, and corrections, particularly in cases involving poor data or digital services. Speaking in an interview with Today FM's Uloma Nwosu, Chukuma said key provisions of the law empower consumers to seek redress whenever goods or services fail to meet expected quality.
Service provider have given a service that don't meet what they had purported that we're going to give. They will have to either make reforms or replace where necessary, aligned with the existing laws of the Federation, which is Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act 2018, sections 120, 122, and 129 1B clearly states it that consumers have the right to seek redress in the area of that refund, replace, or repair where goods or service does not meet what it had purported was going to be for.
The FCCPC official also stressed that these protections are designed to ensure accountability and prevent consumers from bearing losses due to substandard service delivery. He added that recent adjustments by some service providers, including in the digital leading space, reflects efforts to comply with FCCPC regulations aimed at promoting transparency, fairness, and stronger consumer protection across Nigeria's service sectors.
Services of borrowing airtime and data. It's not that they have withdrawn that service, but I believe that why they suspended it for now is to align the service with a regulation by FCCPC, which is called DION, and DION is aimed at ensuring that there is fairness, openness, and protection of consumers in the borrowing of digital lending. This is all in a way of ensuring that there is competition in that market and that the protection of the consumers is ensured.
You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. A lecturer in the Department of Political Science at Ignatius Ajuri University of Education, Goodluck Oke, has cautioned opposition coalition parties against what he described as misplaced priorities in their demand for the removal of the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Joash Amopiton. Speaking to Today FM's Priyo Zogo, Oke said calls for the sack of the INEC chairman would not influence or hide election results, stressing that such agitation may not produce the desired outcome for opposition parties. According to him, even if the president decides to remove Professor Amopiton, the authority to appoint a replacement still lies within the same office, raising concerns that a new appointee could act in ways that may be even less favorable to the opposition. The political scientist urged opposition leaders to shift focus towards strengthening their internal party structures, building grassroots support and mobilizing voters rather than concentrating on the removal of electoral officials. He further noted that historically it has been difficult to completely separate the electoral body from the influence of the ruling party, describing it as a long-standing challenge in Nigeria's political system. Okay emphasized that as the 2027 general elections approach, opposition parties must prioritize strategies for protecting their votes at the polls and ensuring effective participation on election day.
The call for the resignation of INEC chairman Professor Amoputun is growing every day by members of the opposition political party. But even if the INEC chairman resigns, it is still the president that will appoint anybody who will replace him. So to me, it doesn't make sense if the man resigns or does not resign, because even if he resigns, the next person that will come in will automatically continue from where Amoputun stopped. So what the opposition should do is to put their house together, ensure that they have a candidate to contest election, and then prepare to defend the votes. The resignation of the INEC chairman at this point does not make sense to me, because even if he resigns, it is still the president that will appoint somebody.
The leader of the Conscience of Ogoni People, Chief Gani Toba, has described the ban on motorcycle, popularly known as Okada operations in Bori, the headquarters of Kano local government area, imposed by the council chairman Thomas Bariri, as an anti-people policy. The Kano Council chairman Thomas Bariri was reported to have imposed the ban following the killing of his special advisor Stanley Fred, popularly known as Aqua, as part of measures to address the prevailing insecurity in the area. However, reacting to the development, Gani Toba said the ban on motorcycle operations was unnecessary, arguing that the council failed to provide alternative means of transportation for residents before enforcing the restriction. Chief Toba, who also serves as the group's spokesman, alleged that investigations indicated that the slain special advisor to the council chairman was involved in cultism, adding that the chairman should not, on that basis, punish the public. He further accused the local vigilante group of worsening insecurity through the enforcement of the Okada ban, which he said led to the shooting of an indigene of Zabo community.
Stanley was shot and killed in Bori, and the Stanley is a essay to the chairman of Kana local government. Your aide was killed, you didn't inform the people, you suffer our people because your aide was killed. If the chairman gives support to the security agencies in Kana, Bori is a small place for the police and all the security to police it. When you put a ban, it didn't make any provision to take people after that time to different villages. Some people work in Port Harcourt and they come from Port Harcourt every day. So when they arrive Bori late, what miss that they take to Norkana and Kenkana and Babi? So it's an anti-people policy. So for me, I call on the chairman to lift the ban on Okada rider in Bori and do what he's supposed to do.
Gani Toba, who also cautioned against arming local vigilante groups, expressed optimism that efforts were underway to ensure the ban is lifted and called on security agencies to intensify actions towards addressing insecurity in Kana local government area.
The vigilante group are the people causing crisis because they are reinforcing on this ban. The ban was supposed to be the duty of the police to reinforce, but the vigilante are the one reinforced using AK-47. So I also call on the chairman to ban vigilante group that he have created to give Kana people peace. Stanley that died is a member of the vigilante group, and his colleagues are those who shot one young man from Zakon Thursday night to reinforce the ban on Okada. I will appeal to the Okada people to remain peaceful, and we'll follow up this matter within the content of law and make sure the ban is lifted for Kana people not to suffer.
The former Chief Medical Director of the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, UPTH, Professor Henry Ubuma, has condemned the abduction of Richard Ugidi from Onelga in the early hours of Thursday, 23rd April 2026, from his residence in Rumwekini, Ubiakbo local government area of Rivers State. It was gathered that Ugidi, whose whereabouts remain unknown since the incident, is a card-carrying member of the African Democratic Congress ADC in Rivers State. Professor Gboma, who is also a governorship aspirant of the ADC in the state ahead of the 2027 elections, questioned why the Rivers State government, Ubiakbo local government area, and Oba Ebemandoni local government area authorities have remained silent over the abduction for over 5 days. In a statement, the former UPTH CMD stressed that it is the primary responsibility of government to protect lives and property, adding that the silence of authorities raises concern. He alleged that the victim's political affiliation may have influenced the response, suggesting that his life appears not to matter to those in power. Professor Buma further expressed concern over what he described as a resurgence of kidnapping, cultism, and other social vices in Rivers State, warning that the situation is not in the best interest of residents and calling for a change in leadership approach. On the foreign scene, a court in Ivory Coast has sentenced 6 people to life imprisonment for their roles in a 2020 jihadist attack on the military post in Kafolo that killed 14 soldiers. According to lawyer Abdullahi Meite, who was involved in the case. 17 other defendants received 20-year prison terms and fines. One person was sentenced to 5 years, while 21 were acquitted. While no group officially claimed responsibility, authorities attributed the incident to jihadist fighters operating across the border in Burkina Faso, reportedly in retaliation for joint military operations by Ivorian and Burkina forces. The region has faced growing insecurity as extremist violence spread southward from the Sahel, affecting neighboring countries, including Mali. The Kafolo attack is part of a broader pattern of militant violence in Ivory Coast, which has also seen deadly incidents such as the 2016 assault on the beach resort town of Grand Bassam that left 19 people dead. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. The presidency has defended President Bola Tinubu's Northwest record. The Federal High Court in Abuja has summoned key witnesses in the ongoing trial of former CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele over Naira redesign. We told you that Rivers residents have decried restriction on airtime borrowing services by network providers on the foreign scene. You also heard that Ivory Coast has jailed 6 people for life over a deadly 2020 jihadist attack. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Curry. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories. www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live today, 95.1 FM. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Across the bridge, there's no more sorrow.
Glorious home call of our mother. With gratitude to God Almighty for a fulfilled life, the Inukam Epara Okoko dynasty in Upolu Oroworuko, Rebisi of Port Harcourt City local government area of Rivers State, and the Oyenobi family of Umuduru Imbieri in Imbaitoli local government area of Imo State announce the transition onto eternity of our beloved matriarch, Madam Mercy Ewuna Iyechi Unukam, aged 117. Funeral arrangement Wednesday, 29th April 2026, 5 p.m. Service of song at her husband's compound, number 13 Okoko Street, Diobu, Port Harcourt. Saturday, 2nd May 2026, 8 a.m. Body leaves Paima Mortuary to her husband's compound for lying in state. 10 a.m. Commendation service by Christ Faith Mission, Port Harcourt. Interment thereafter. Signed, Elder Anebom Unukam, Chief Mourner.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Please listen to this infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Countryman, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Seeking a self sabi medicine, we pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition wey don become ugbarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices wey near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic of discussion is STD and STI. And I have with me in the studio Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Sexually transmitted infections are challenges that get into the body system through sexual interaction. But the basic thing is that the causative organism is able to get into the body system and continue to divide, thereby having the privilege of affecting body cells to cause signs and symptoms. When sexually transmitted organisms get into the body system, they can be classified based on the causative organism. Some are caused by bacteria, some are caused by virus, some are caused by fungi and other parasites. But when they get into the body system, the manifestations that one is going to get do differ in some cases. For instance, in gonococcal infection, in a man, it may not take more than 3 days before the man will start experiencing burning sensation in the urinary tract or painful urination. And when it's getting to, let's say, 7 days, you can start noticing some discharge from the male organ. In women, it may not be like this because their genital is wider than that of men. So it can hide in their body system for quite a very long period of time. In some people, they can be seen as carriers. There are other organisms that can cause challenges that are different from just burning sensation or discharge from the genitals. When we talk about herpes simplex virus, people suffering from herpes simplex virus can experience blisters and ulcers in the private part that will be seen as wounds. Some can be very painful. Some can even have some discharge in form of blood, and you see that as regular wounds. In syphilis, at the beginning, there can just be pimple-like eruptions around the pubic region, which may disappear over a week or two. But that disappearance does not mean that the organism is totally cleared from the body system. It is during that period that it will be able to go into the body tissue to continue dividing, to encroach the body further. It can go to a latent stage, a stage in which the organism is inside the body as if it is sleeping or resting. But if anything happens that triggers it, definitely one will start experiencing serious challenges. When we have all this and we fail or refuse to take care of the body, definitely complications can set in. In women, where complications are already appearing, there can be serious menstrual pains. In some women, there can be discharge coming from the genitals that can even have offensive odor. In some, it is possible for them to experience serious lower abdominal pains. Most attempts, these do follow their monthly menstrual bleed. In some women, if it is allowed to continue, you discover that the fallopian tube can be damaged, a situation where this area will be blocked totally. That will be seen as blockage of fallopian tube, which can really lead to infertility in women. It can be primary infertility or secondary infertility, as the case may be. In men, when infectious agents are able to stay and proliferate, that is divide, to encroach the body tissues very well, definitely the sanctuaries of the body can be reached. Part of the sanctuaries of the body is the testicles. When they get into the testicles, it can lead to orchitis, a situation where the bulbs, that is the testicles, will become very painful. It can be swollen. And at that stage, the lifespan of sperm cells coming from these testicles can reduce, or they reduce in number. When they reduce in number, that can lead to oligospermia. But if nothing is done and this is allowed to continue for certain length of time in the body, it is possible for all the cells to become dead, a situation where we have azoospermia. In such situations, it will be impossible for such a man to impregnate his woman as a result of a sexually transmitted infection that has been poorly handled or that has been ignored. Part of the complications of sexually transmitted infections in men is a situation where a man is unable to stand like a man like he used to do before. And that's why we say, whenever we experience anything that is strange in our body system, it is very important for one to visit competent health care giver who will be able to give the right advice to get out of the challenge. In other words, if one is faced with challenges that have to do with sexually transmitted infections, having burning sensation, painful urination, discharge from the genitals, blisters, wounds, mind you, having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country healthcare system. Kotliman, correct bakelistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They know they come out for public anyhow like a big masquerade. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become ubarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
shots for inside the hotel where the White House Correspondents' Dinner, where U.S. President Donald Trump and other officials been dey attend on Saturday night. No be small gbege that night as them been rush carry Trump and First Lady Melania Trump come out from the event after sound of gunshots they reported around the premises. The U.S. Secret Service later confirmed say no one injured for the shooting incident, and them don't carry one person go custody. The 31-year-old been come from Torrance for Los Angeles region, California, and him been study mechanical engineering and graduate with masters for computer science for 2025 from the California State University, Dominiguez Hills. The part-time teacher, according to him LinkedIn profile, been tell law enforcement officials say him been one shoot officials for the Trump administration. For inside Sunday interview with NBC Meet the Press, acting U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche talk say them still dey investigate the motive of the suspected shooter, but preliminary findings suggest say him target na administration officials wey go likely include President Donald Trump. Meanwhile, the U.S. Attorney for Washington, Jenny Pirro, said them don sama Cole with 2 charges: use of firearm during crime or violence, plus assault as he used dangerous weapon on one federal officer. This no be the first time President Trump dey escape this kind attacks. On September 15, 2024, President Trump survived assassination attempt when one 58-year-old Ryan Wesley been attack him when he been go play golf. Another one been happen when he been dey speak for one campaign rally near Butler, Pennsylvania, same year. Enter bbcpidgin.com and follow us for all our social media platforms, including TikTok and WhatsApp channels.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered on air, online,